Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, people? Joao, first one in today. Bem-vindo. Hope you're doing good. We got Raka here as well. Nice to have you. The plan today is... I think we're gonna do a bit of development. I think that's the plan for today. I haven't done a lot of changes. I did do one thing yesterday that I could show you guys. Very slight little detail. But you might remember me speaking about this new logo I made. There was one thing I did not fully like about this logo, which is that it's a little bit like asymmetrical in a way that kind of throws me off, I feel like. Mainly in regards to this portion, where obviously if you look closely you can tell that the S and H have been moved upwards. But I tried playing around a little bit with it. I did it in the pitch slot version though, and I think it became a lot better. So this is the old version. Wait, let me actually open this in a sprite instead. So yeah, this is the old version. This is the new one. And it's not a huge change, but I do think it became a lot better. So this is a lot more symmetrical or whatever. It's more centered. And I made a little bit of kind of arching thing going on here. I think it turned out pretty nice. You had a mana crystal. What's up, chicks? How you doing? It's perfect. Thank you, man. I think it turned out pretty good. But just this one was annoying me a little bit. Now I'm starting to think I should have an extra space in here as well. The R and the O looks a little bit too squished. What's up, Bruce? Welcome in. I like imperfections. Yeah, this is a... like, in essence, this is the full resolution logo scaled in a sprite to look like pixel art. But then obviously I've done a lot of changes to it because it doesn't scale perfectly. But I also don't want, as you said, like, we kind of want a bit of imperfections. Like, for example, the O's are not like fully rounded and whatever it might be. Like, I feel like those little imperfections and stuff actually kind of make it better, especially for a horror game. They are perfect. I see what you did there. I see what you did. How are you doing, Chex? Nice to have you, man. Corporate needs you to find a difference between picture A and B, exactly. This is like, where's Waldo or whatever. Like, how many differences can you spot? But I'm realizing that I think I want another one. I think there should be an extra space in between here, right? The R and the O looks a little bit crammed together. I don't know how I missed that before. Update me about the game. The game is doing pretty good. We have started working a little bit on content, but once again, like, it feels like there's not a lot happening to the game. But I think that's because we're working on a lot of like refactoring and general systems and stuff. But a lot has happened on that front, and then of course I did do an update here with new art, capsule art and stuff for Steam, which I think turned out pretty good. I do have to make sure this logo looks the same. Maybe that's what we should start with today before we get into development. Maybe just make sure that we fix this logo and then make the full resolution one similar in terms of like the general layout. I think that's gonna be pretty easy. I just need to move these letters around a little bit and we're pretty much there. You know, I was thinking about maybe... I like the monster having open hands, but I wonder maybe if it would be better having him have closed fists. I feel like that might be, because there is a little bit, like, hands are hard to draw, and obviously I had a bit of AI help with the monster, and the hands do look a little bit AI-ish, whereas a closed fist I could probably do myself and make it look decent enough for these little capsules and stuff. I'm doing good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. I actually had one of the first like good nights of sleep in a pretty long time. I think I slept a full on like 9 hours tonight. So that was pretty good. Somehow, you know, I still wake up feeling absolutely fucking trash. But, you know, at least I slept. And yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Hope to catch some of you are coding, but I'm under the weather, so we sleep soon. No worries, man. I fully understand. I know it's a bit late for you. That's good, thank you. Any change in stats? We can have a look. I don't think so far it's been a lot. Hands look good to me. Is it that bad? I kinda think it is, because like when you thoroughly inspect them, I feel like the fingers down here, it looks a little bit off. I think. Like, it works in the small capsule image and stuff, but if we, which we probably won't, but if, for example, we would end up getting featured in like one of these somewhere where you see a big one, I'm a little bit scared that those hands would throw some people off. I think, the thing is that I think having open hands are better in terms of like the general stance. I feel like it looks a little bit creepier, him standing there with open hands. But specifically this portion, I feel like is a little bit, you know. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. 9 hours is a lot to you? Yeah, it is. 9 hours is definitely a lot for me. It's rare for me to sleep that much. I mean, my average is probably... My average over the last decade has probably been like 6 hours. So I mean, that's a 50% increase. The monster will henceforth be known as Fingers. Yeah, very much. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a huge thing, like, it's not something I feel like I would need to jump on, but I don't know. I think there should be some oddness / uncanniness to the monster hands. Yeah, maybe. I mean, having some... I do like the uncanniness, because I've said this multiple times before, the fact that I don't really want a monster, you know? Like, I don't want this to be one of these games that... Well, obviously I don't want the fucking Monster Energy drink. Like, I don't want... I don't know, I don't want this. I don't want like a full-on actual monster, if you know what I mean. Like, I would like something a bit more uncanny. Like, having it a little bit more... pretty much humanoid, as close to human as possible, but still kinda monsterfied, you know. Which you do see in a lot of horror games. Like even this is more what I'm talking about. Like this, you could argue that this might be like a monster, but it's like a human monster, right? Even kind of, this might even be a little bit more than what I want. But still, it's not like a full-on... Like, yeah, it's more around this type of vibe that I think I'm gonna go for. Rather than like alien type of monster, you know. Speaking of the game, how's the game going? We did start making... We actually have 2 rooms now. Started working with the whole idea of maybe picking up the flashlight in one of the rooms. So I think we're gonna try experimenting with more rooms now. I think there's gonna be a lot of rooms we make that might not make it into the end game, but I feel like, you know, since a lot of the code actually is starting to be done now, in terms of like how to make stuff in the rooms function, a lot of my time forward will be spent on designing rooms and designing jump scares and stuff like that, right? And I'm probably gonna need to practice a little bit. Ooh, this is a pretty good one. I actually kinda like this one. That's an interesting one. I'd definitely be against moving to a closed fist design. Yeah, no, I think it's fair. Like I said as well, I think the posture or whatever with the open hands is much better. I feel like it looks creepier, right, compared to someone standing with closed fists. But I don't know if maybe I would like to just do something. It's just that I've said this before, I hate hands so much. When it comes to art and design and stuff, hands are always the thing that throw me off. Like, I really don't like working on hands. Just it's so fucking difficult. There's so many little intricate details to get in a hand to look right. That yeah. I mean, the thing is that we should always just get like a reference photo and kinda trace over it, you know? That is. Just then if you wanna make it a little bit more uncanny, all we do is we take like a photo of my hand or something standing or holding in the position that we want, but then we should like stretch it a little bit, maybe have slightly longer fingers than you would expect on a human or something, which we kinda have here, I think, to get a bit of that uncanny feeling, you know? Yeah, curious how much scope you're willing to expand on. It is difficult to make a small game and suddenly need to expand it. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely willing to add some scope to the game if you compare to the game jam version, because I've said from the start, I don't want the full version of the game to just be an extended version of the game jam version. Like, I do want this to be a better version, you know. But I'm not willing to add features that's going to like quadruple the amount of time and effort I have to put into the game. Like, that's too much for me, you know. Which is in regards to stuff like we have discussed before, like should the player be able to turn around, for example. That's one of those things where I go, no, I don't think I'm willing to make the player be able to turn around, as in like change perspective inside of the rooms. Because now I have to draw like twice as many furniture in each different perspective and stuff. Like, that is it's a relatively small thing, but it adds, you know, like, yeah, it basically quadruples the amount of time I have to work on the game, specifically in regards to creating the art for it. So that's the kind of stuff that I don't think I'm willing to do. However, maybe adding certain systems to make the game a little bit deeper. Like, for example, having multiple item interactions, like for example, being able to use the hammer on the door. Even though it doesn't work, there should be some interaction. Like, that kind of stuff I actually think gives quite a lot of depth to the game. It makes it feel a little bit more realistic. It gives better feedback, because in the game jam version, if you use the hammer on the door, nothing would really happen and feels a little bit off. So that is something that's gonna add quite a lot of work, adding all of those different types of interactions. But that's the kind of work that I think would pay off in the long run, because it's gonna just make the game better and deeper. Whereas changing perspective, I think is a trap. How to do more with less. Luckily, creativity tends to breed with limitations. You know, yeah, absolutely. You notice that a lot, even with stuff like using, just using like a palette for your colors for the art you do. I mean, obviously now mine is very simple, only having black and white, which is something I thought about as well. If maybe I should introduce dark gray as well, or a gray color, for details I don't want to stand out as much. Like, for example, what I'm thinking is that maybe like the inner details of the crate here could have been a slightly darker tone, and then like the outline being the normal one. Stuff like that, maybe. Not decided. Same thing, like maybe the spider combs or the cracks could have been slightly darker than the rest. That's something I have been thinking about, but I'm not fully decided on yet. Just that would also be relatively simple, because it would literally just be stuff like, yeah, for example with this one, like we would just pick this color, decide that we're gonna have like a slightly darker version, and just decide that, okay, these like inner details are gonna be slightly darker. I don't know, it's something I would need to test. To be fair, when I look at it here, I'm not sure I actually like it. Maybe the crash could have been something like that. I do think it could have worked quite well for example, the spider webs, you know? Having those actually be a little bit darker, because they don't really need to pop that much, but I'm not sure. This is something we could always change later as well. It's not something we have to do now. Be funny if hammer plus door equals loud noise, equals fast footsteps, equals death. Yeah. No, and that is basically how it works at the moment, I think. I mean, we can do a double check, but I'm pretty sure I've made it so that if you smash the door, it does alert the monster as well. Now, of course, there is the little caveat that the monster is not gonna be as present, but yeah, with yeah, exactly. There definitely should be some punishment where if you do try to do something that's very, you know, not the smartest idea, which we kind of had in this version as well. Like, if you, like, you can click on the radio if you feel like it seems like a good idea to click on the radio. But everything before this room in the game jam version, you could argue that it kind of gives off the vibe that it's probably not the best idea, you know, and you do get punished for it if you click it. Spoiler. If anyone hasn't played the game jam version. Which, if anyone is curious about, you can check out the game jam version of the game here. Yeah, you already have precedence for this? Yeah, exactly. So I'm pretty sure I even made it work that way. But I'm willing to... Let's do a quick double check, but I'm pretty sure I made that. Which is oh, you know what? The easiest way to check it is if we have screen shake. Because screen shake happens when you alert the monster, when you make a noise that's loud enough. So, let's see, I don't have the hammer now. Fortunately, we do have my debug tools, so we're just gonna spawn it in. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a bit of screen shake here. Yeah, so that does alert the monster. I think almost everything you do with the hammer alerts the monster. Not that one, but otherwise, smashing these. And I think that makes sense. Like, obviously, if you're gonna smash something with a hammer, it's gonna make a loud noise, you know. Also, make sure to wishlist the game if you haven't. Let me pin this little comment. I always forget to do it, but there we go. What's up, Hadou Cannon? How you doing? Welcome in. Sounds logical, yes. No, but I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It is logical. And that's the reason why I wanted to, why I feel like, although it's a bit of extra work, adding all of these extra item interactions, I think it's gonna be worth it, because in the game jam version, it does not feel logical, you know. Because using the hammer, for example, on the door, doesn't actually do anything. Which that feels weird. It feels like you're not getting the... Full screen request denied. Oh, do I have issues with the game jam version? Am I trying to force full screen? It might be. Whoops. No, I don't have any tools here, do I? Go away. Yeah, like, maybe using the screwdriver on the computer, it feels like something else should happen, but that's the same exact interaction as you just clicking on it, you know? And I feel like that doesn't... It feels like it's lacking depth, you know? And then we have here, like, smashing the door. Like, that was fucking quick. This doesn't feel good. Because you expect, even though it doesn't work, something should happen, you know. What's up, Amisis? How you doing? Welcome in. Is your Steam page up yet? Playing kinda slow. That Raka, don't make me do it, dude. I would beat your fucking time in like maybe 2 tries. Don't try me, man. Don't try me. I won't, but I could. I definitely could. I hope you haven't forgotten how much fun time-based speedrunning was for us. You should definitely implement that in a room. Yeah, I think we should have one more like timed thing at some point. I think that's a good thing just for some variety. I don't think I'm not sure if we're gonna have like a full-on timer at the end of the game, similarly to in the game jam version when it said like you escaped in this amount of time. I'm not sure I'm gonna have that, because I think for a full game, it's like, you know, speedrun. If anyone wants to speedrun the game, people already use live split or something anyway. But I do think having some interaction with time in the game would be good. I agree. Not yet, no. I've been spamming refresh on Steamworks. It should be out any moment. Okay, so you've submitted it for review then, I presume. When did you submit it, if I may ask? Also, let me throw a little shout out here to the one and only Amisis, who will soon get his game up on Steam as well. Shadows of Tuanila, I think. Sorry, man. But it's a really cool game inspired by RuneScape Wilderness. That's pretty cool. Make sure to give it a wishlist when it drops. I'll believe it when I see it. What's up, Naked? How you doing? Sure, man. Let me know if you need tips for that speedrun attempt. Dude, I don't... Fam, do you actually think I couldn't beat your time? Do you actually think I couldn't? I made the fucking game. I know every in and out. 100% I could beat your time if I wanted. I am just being a humble old man that is like, you know, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm allowing you to have the speedrun world record. Like, don't get it wrong, man. I'm not saying you're far off. I'm not saying it like I wouldn't like, you know, half your time. No, absolutely not. But could I beat it? Yeah, come on, I could. Pencil shouting, no worries, man. He knows every pitch, so yeah, exactly. All the knowledge in the world won't help you with that sinister Valve hitbox. Yes, it would. And also, it's not even that bad. It's not even that bad. You're just salty because you lost time because of it. It's not even that bad. It's like, you know, what is it? It's like 16 pixels almost. No, it's not. Maybe not 16, but... No, it might be. I think the hitbox might be 4x4 pixels. That's pretty big. It's not that bad. Valve hitbox is ridiculous. No, it's not. I didn't make it bigger. I'm pretty sure it is bigger. You guys are mad. It's not that bad. I mean, I could even boot up the Game Jam version in Unity and show you. Classic dev won't admit to the imperfections of his game. No, I admit to many imperfections in this game. I just don't think that the Valve hitbox is... Oh, we don't have a highlight system here, so you can't see. But look here. Ooh, that was close. Okay, so that was on the edge of it. And how big it... Okay, it's slightly bigger here. Give me a second. Go away. Dude, it's at least like... Look, it's 3 black dots, which means you have... Yeah, it's 10... No, it's 5 by 5 pixels. It's pretty big. Come on. It's not that bad. We have selective memory chap here. Yeah, I mean, it was worse. I will admit that it was worse. What's up, Corneliusen? How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome back. Glad to have ya. Now I'm certified Azure Solution Architect Expert. Actually, congratulations, man. Azure is one of those, one of those cloud things similar to AWS, right? Which is the Amazon one. I think Azure is Microsoft's. Yeah, Microsoft Cloud. Okay, there we go. That sounds pretty useful. I do know I looked into it. It seems like there's, like, in terms of like the job market and stuff, it might be a pretty good one to have knowledge of. You could make the hitbox the entire screen and we would still give you shit for it, yeah. Improve the hitbox on pulling out funding. Okay, man, okay. Okay, should we see if we can quickly, at least let me fix the, I don't think I'm gonna update the Steam capsule art today. But let me fix the, did I say pixel art? I meant capsule art. But let me fix this one at least so we can put it in the game. Because I think I want an extra space in here, right? Like this feels a little bit weird. At least let's check how it would look. Yeah, I think it's better, right? I feel like this I mean, we could even potentially even have one more space. But that might, just the thing is that since the R has a lot of dead space here, even though it's one pixel here, which is the same as most of these, but the fact that there's so much dead space here kind of makes this feel like it's bigger than the others now, right? So I feel like this is where it should be. Also quite important to make sure this looks good when we add a background image, because you will rarely see the actual outline. This is how it would actually look in game. Yeah, I feel like this looks good. Because I did make the outline mainly in case I would ever use this on something that doesn't have a black background, but most of the time you will have that. At least in game. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this one. I also did do some changes to the G, because I didn't really like the G before, and I feel like it did turn out a bit better. I don't mind this. Question is, how centered is this now? So here we are 9 pixels away from the edge. And here we are 8 pixels away from the edge. So it's slightly more to the right, but I think that's fine, because this part is a little bit more heavy than this part, so I feel like that kind of makes sense. And not only that, we have the extra dead space here. Well, that should have made it the opposite though. That means we should have been closer to the left. I think this is fine. Better with the space, too much. Yeah, I think when I moved it, it was too much, I agree. Gonna lurk and play some Kingdom Come 2. Oh, nice, man. Enjoy it. It looks like a good game. Thank you for lurking, Rocky. I appreciate ya. Yeah, recruiters like these certifications because they have no clue. Okay, fair enough. Did you have any Unity questions or frustrations at the moment? Or in regards to something specific? Alert as well and get my son from kindergarten. No worries, Corneliusen. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate ya. Before sleep? Not that I'm aware of, like from the straight from the top of my dome, rock the microphone. I don't think. I've been working so much on the art recently, we haven't done as much in-game. But I think this is, I'm pretty much happy with this one, so let's save this and export. Overwrite, let's put this in the game. Let's do native resolution, yes. I think this looks good. And I think it's gonna be a better loader than this as well. I'm still relatively proud of this one. I don't think this one is bad, but I feel like this is going to be a better loader. So let's try it. Gonna duplicate this one. Boom. And then we're gonna go into art. Oh, I don't have it here, do I? Import new asset then. And then we want logo 2, right? Yes. Maybe we should make a pixelate version of him, or maybe a flickering door. Like, I feel like it could have been nice to have something more going on in the menu as well, rather than purely black background. Maybe do something where we move the buttons and the logo over here and we have some artwork going on. Maybe just a flickering light or something. I don't know. Horror game menu. So now most of these have like that, you know, there is some artwork going on. I think it should be very simple, but I feel like having something more going on in the menu would be nice. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work on the menu before the final release though, to be fair. Oh, and this is basically what I have. I know nothing about visual art, but I'm always a fan of what you draw. Thank you, man. If anything, just some subtle movement / effect. Oh yeah, true. Like you could even have some slight, maybe having the logo like move or flicker a little bit or whatever it might be, just to have something happening. I feel like doing something would be nice. I don't know exactly what. Because I don't know, like, theoretically, we could use this image of the monster, make it into pixel art, put him here, maybe add a bit of flickering light, but I don't know if maybe I find that to be a bit much. I don't know if I want a monster here. I think I might rather, in that case, have like a... maybe just a bit of a lit up room that's like flickering or something. And then maybe... yeah, I think maybe doing something like that could work. Like, imagine we take this image, we put the menu here, we black all of this out, and we have a bit of light coming from over here somewhere, so that you only see like a bit of the room, and it's like flickering or something. I feel like that could look kinda cool for the menu. Gui, thank you very much for the follow. Did we not have an alert for that one? Is Streamlabs being messy today? I didn't hear no alert, but thank you, man, I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe doing something like that could be interesting, just to have something going on. I do think we have the correct camera setup here, right? What is the actual... oh, it's the canvas, I want to say. Yeah, 32180, so that it shouldn't be... it doesn't matter, otherwise I would just upscale the sprite, right? Because it's a little bit annoying now. I've made it in a weird way where the menu and the game is native resolution, but for some reason the credits are upscaled. So the credit is actually 1920p, or 1080p rather. And then I've just upscaled the images, whereas in here, for example, this is native resolution and I upscaled the entire screen. I don't know why I'm being inconsistent, but for some reason I am. Okay, so this is pixel art, which means we want no filter and we want no compression. Apply. Game logo. Wait, can I? Boom. And then native size. I think this is better. I think this is better.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Compared to this. Let's do it. Also kind of nice with this whole thing, having the little curve here for the version number. Kind of works. We can't be sitting all day. I don't mind this. I think this is a better title. Do you have any deadlines set for your milestones? Kinda. They're not like fully set in stone, as in I reserve the right that they could change. But currently the plan is to have a demo for the next Steam Next Fest, which is in June, and then potentially releasing the game around October. But that could change. That could change. You never know. It's, you know, I'm still a relatively newbie beginner developer. I mean, newbie beginner. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm still a relatively newbie developer, so I think one thing that's the most difficult is like gauging the time it's gonna take to do stuff, right? I mean, that is one of the reasons why scope creep is so hard in the beginning, right? Because you don't. It's hard to fully realize how much time it takes to implement certain features. And I think it's kind of similar when it comes to these deadlines. It's, you know, it's very difficult for me to gauge. It's, for right now, having a full release in October seems very realistic, because I even sometimes feel like I could probably finish this game earlier, but I don't fucking know, and I don't want to make the promise, so I'm doing something like, I feel like October is a good thing to aim for, but, you know, in the end, I can't say I know for certain. Yeah, it sucks because it usually takes at least twice as long as you think. Yeah, no, that's the thing. But that's why I think October seems pretty realistic, because in my mind, I think I could get the game out there earlier than so. But I know that this is stuff that's very hard to gauge. So who knows, it might even be even later than October, but that's the current plan, at least. Oh, we need to change the credits as well. I do have the logo in the credits. Boom. Logo. You should now be this one instead. Native size. I think that should be fine. Sounds good, just make sure you set smaller goals and keep track of them as you finish in your game document or whatever. Make it its own game. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let's see, I think I removed the second logo, and what I do now is that we actually gonna restart this animation. So now it's gonna fade in again. A little bit late, but I'm gonna have to change these timings as the credits get longer and longer anyway. Yeah, this looks good. I don't mind it. Let's save that as well. Yeah, I think the current goal, what we should try to aim for, is to get a playable build. Not even a demo, but just something with like a couple of rooms that can be played, so that I can start having playtesters try out like the new UI and stuff. Speaking of which, if anyone is interested in playtesting, you can apply in advance over there. We also have opened up applications for localization, so if you speak another language and you would be interested in translating this game, helping me out with that, there's a link here for that as well. Dream object has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. We still have some issues when we load that scene. I'm pretty sure that if I go into... Oh, wait, is it because I'm loading the wrong scene? No, that can't be the case. Wait, when I click start, which scene am I loading? Also, I do think I want save slots at some point. Where we would do something where, like, when you click start, it would actually open up like 3 slots where you choose if you want to like load the game or start the game or something similar. But there's no point in doing that. Now I don't even have the save system fully implemented. Let me just double check which scene I'm loading here to make sure it's the right one. So we have the play button. You open the menu canvas here. Room 1. That should be correct. Let me try. I actually don't think I'm gonna get that error if I load from the scene. I think it's an issue when we reload or switch scenes. And I'm not entirely sure why. Scenes, room 1. Let me try. I also wonder if I should make this a little bit brighter. It looks kinda good here, to be honest. I go in here, pick up this one. Yeah, now it works. But when I go from the menu in here, it doesn't. Which I find quite odd. Because then it said, I mean, we could even try, if I reload the scene, and we do it again, I think it's gonna break. Yeah. Missing reference exception. The object of type game object has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. My money is on a singleton. But do I actually even use this singleton here? Cursor light. Oh no, I have a direct reference to the light around the cursor. I don't think I should handle that. I think I should handle that from the flashlight. Rather than... because it's a little bit weird now where the light around the cursor is handled by the cursor. But if you think about it, it's like directly related to the flashlight. The only time you have that one is when you have the flashlight. So I wonder if maybe we would have to do a bit of extra calculation. Since what I do here is that we have an in-game cursor that follows the position of your mouse. And then I have a light object that we just activate when you click on the flashlight. So either we change it to where we activate this one with an event rather than a direct reference. Oh yeah, that's the thing why it doesn't work, right? Because When I load the scene, do I lose that reference? But that shouldn't be the case. Or maybe I do. I mean, the flashlight is a singleton. Just the only annoying thing about moving it so that we calculate the position on the flashlight instead of on the cursor is that now I have two different places where I have something following the cursor, which feels like that feels unnecessary, you know. Since I already have the in-game cursor following the cursor, it's very easy to just have an extra object here. Oh wait, do I not have a fucking... I follow the flashlight event here, right? I do. So why is this an issue? What do I do with this event? Oh no, wait, I'm in the wrong one. Do you on game over on inspection? Yeah, we don't. So the issue here is that the flashlight is trying to access the light of the cursor through a direct reference. And then I suppose that we toggle this. Yeah. Toggle flickering. Dev tool. Oh, that's the dev tool, never mind. Yeah, cursor light is equal to get component light 2D. Oh yeah, calculate this stuff here too. That's a little bit annoying. Since we're doing the flickering of that light as well. Happy to say I no longer care about how many singletons you have. I don't have as many, to be fair. A lot of, at least a lot of the use cases where I use the singletons have turned into these events instead. Which I do think is better. Just not for the reason that I think that I should never use a singleton, but it's just that this makes it so much less coupled, you know. But now we have an issue here, because my flashlight is quite tightly coupled with the cursor. Since I'm using direct references to this object in multiple places. But here's the thing, when we flicker the light, we also change this. I mean, I suppose I could just constantly publish events from here. As far as I know, it's not really that demanding to publish events. Don't worry about it now, but get component calls should be made in a wait. That's where you would resolve your dependencies. Oh yeah, true. Did I do it in start here? I do indeed. Yeah, but the issue now, indeed, is that I need to either move all of the cursor light calculations over here, or I need to manage the flickering and turning on and off the light through events instead, I suppose. No idea if that's the sound, but I've been a little bit annoyed at the fact that I don't have a sound effect for my flashlight. Let's see if that was the correct name. Indeed. If I understand correctly, is this clause don't destroy and load? No. I don't think it should be anymore. Since I don't plan on switching scenes. At some point I was thinking about having each room be like a new scene, but I think that's unnecessary work. So the UI canvas, which is where we have the flashlight, is not don't destroy and load. The issue might be that the cursor is. Oh, so wait. Then this is super easy. Just don't make the cursor this. But this is also mono singleton. Wait, why is this don't destroy and load? Wait, my mono singleton is don't destroy and load. Wait. But then the flashlight... Oh, wait, is the flashlight not a singleton anymore? No, it should be. Wait, now I'm confused. Ah, no, I remember how I did this. The way I did it is that if... Yeah. If you have a parent object, then you should not be don't destroy and load. But if you don't have a parent... If the parent is null, meaning that this is a root object, then I want you to be don't destroy and load. And since the cursor is the root object, this gets don't destroy and load. So that's an accident that happened when we changed how I handle the mono singletons. Yeah. So what I think we should do here is simply I mean, all we really need to do is to make an empty game object here, and now the cursor should not be don't destroy and load. And now if I reload this scene, it works. Now, I would need to do that everywhere though, because here the cursor is don't destroy and load, so if I reload the game from the menu, then I think we have the issue again. Yeah, we do. But at least now in scene it is working. So that's a easy way to fix it. Yeah, I might do it this way now just to get it working. Okay, let's see if we can make a new room. You're childing it so that it's not don't destroy and load? Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing. Works flawlessly, don't you think? Well, it's because in general this system works fine, because most of the time if it's a root object, it's one of these, meaning that it's like my system or my setup or my managers. Which here, systems is the only one I actually don't destroy. Wait, do I destroy my... Oh yeah, the setup I do destroy. Yeah, so it's really only the systems that I use it don't destroy on. I mean, I made this when I was trying to figure out the scene switching. Maybe all of this is unnecessary. Maybe I only do a... Maybe we do a separate mono singleton instead. That's a don't destroy. And then we use that one for systems, which is this is just a don't destroy. And then we use like mono singleton DD for don't destroy. Because then I can do it a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's better. Hello, I am a beginner and I want to create a game with C++. What should I learn first? C++. That's a very good one. What type of game do you want to make? I suppose that is try it. Do you have any ideas of the type of game? If you want to create a game with C++, have you decided on an engine? Because I assume then that Unreal is what we want to go for. But maybe that is why you want to make a game with C++, because you want to use Unreal. I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg here. Or is it because you already know C++? Okay, I think I want to create a new room, just for testing purposes. So let's go to rooms. Let's duplicate this one. I'm gonna rename you to room... .2. And then let's see. Room 0.0, that's the start-in one. You go into room 1. Room 1, I want the... For now, let's just say that the left door should lead you to room 0.2. Then here, don't need none of this, but room 1 prefab. No. So these are new, but these are not the rooms I want. This is the room we're currently in. Let's rename you to 0.0, since that's how you're called as a scriptable object. Can I rename this one to 0.1? I'm gonna duplicate this one. I'm gonna rename you into 0.2. I want to create an RPG game. That's a big one. I probably want to tell you from it. I started trying to make an RPG game as well. I failed heavily, I should say. I think it's very easy to underestimate the amount of work that goes into a big RPG game, depending on how big you're planning to make it. But do you know C++? Like, what's your current knowledge? Have you like? I suppose what I'm trying to ask is what your current experience is when it comes to game development. Like, do you have previous experience coding or with design, or are you starting from scratch as well? Hey again, what's up DMD? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have you back. Okay, room 0.2. I want to open you. And then go to scene. Boom. And here I'm just going to go haywire and just delete a bunch of stuff here. Except for this one, that's the only one I want. We also need to have a door. Technically, I don't need to have a door there, actually. I'm starting from scratch and I'm still learning the basics of C++. Okay, I mean, if you want my honest opinion on what I would recommend you to not start off making an RPG game. If you really want to, you are going to start off making an RPG game, because I don't think I would have been deterred. I would still have tried to make mine, even if people told me not to. But if you want to learn the most as possible, I do think I subscribe to the idea that it's probably good trying to make many like really small games. So I tried making a big like top-down RPG, and then when I realized that this was way too overscoped, I made a very simple catch game, basically like a mini game. And I think I learned way more doing that than I did trying to make the RPG game. But nonetheless, if you really want to make it, I'm not gonna be the one to stop you. Yeah, that's probably fair. What's up, Swise? How you doing? C++ is considered a relatively hard language, but I don't think that necessarily means that you can't learn it. Absolutely not. Just like, when you're starting from scratch, everything is fucking difficult. But yeah, I mean, what I would recommend is make a really, really tiny, simple game first. That's the number one thing I would recommend. Like, if you're starting from scratch, like I did as well, in my opinion, I know it's really fun making a big RPG game, but I think you would learn more, because statistically speaking, the chance that you're gonna finish the first RPG game you work on as your first ever game, I think is relatively small. If you wanna try, like I said, I'm not gonna stop you, fucking go for it, I can't do anything. But I would I would make fucking Flappy Bird or something, something really simple, just to get into it and understand what it's like to actually finish a project. Because then it's gonna be, when you see how it went for you to make like Pong or Flappy Bird or whatever it might be, it's a lot more easy to understand scope management and like how much time it takes to do stuff. So I think that would be my general starting tip. +1 for starting with small projects, yeah. I do, however, I think it's fair to say that is what everyone says. Almost everyone says that you should start small. And I know that most people are not going to listen to it, because I didn't either. So I also want to say that I think it's completely fair if you don't want to listen to me and you just want to go ahead and try making a big RPG game or whatever, fucking go for it. The only thing I don't want is for you to be, like, if it proves to be too big and too difficult, I would hope that it doesn't deter you from game development, because game development is really rewarding and fun when you get into it. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think that doing something small is important, because just after a while you realize that just getting to create something is really fun, even if it's not your dream game. Like, I had a lot of fun making my first little game, even though it's not even a game I would play myself. I liked making it. The problem is that if you start to learn C++ and it's such a diverse language that pretty much allows you to do whatever you want, then it's hard to know what you need out of it. Maybe better to use a game engine and go from there. Yeah, no matter what, you should use a game engine. You definitely shouldn't do all the coding from scratch if you want to make a game. If you want to make your own engine, go for it, but I don't think, for most people, right, you should just, no matter what, use an engine. I'm trying to dodge, just don't tell me that. Godot seems nice as well. I would like to try it at some point, but as of now, I'm sticking with Unity. Speaking of which, what's up, Unity coder? How you doing? I wonder what engine Unity coder likes. Yeah, I wonder too. I think this is all I need for now in this room. Now, if we go to this room, we should be able to take the door, where are you, side door, open.
Suxi Duck is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Suxi Duck? How you doing? Did Brian just go Suxi Duck? I think he said Suxi. So that's what I'm gonna call you from now on. You doing good? Nice to hear, man. Nice to have ya. Okay, escape on clicked direction. This would be left. We are ascending to the heavens, exactly. How about you? Damn long CD on this stand-up? No, it's not that bad, is it? I think I upped it a little bit, though. What did I put it at now? 30 minutes? It's not that bad. I probably could lower it a little bit now, because the reason before why I had to up the cooldown on the stand-up redeem is because the stand-up redeem, I always forgot when I could sit down. So even though it's only for me to stand up for 10 minutes, I would end up standing for like 20 minutes. And then like, as soon as I tried to sit down, someone would redeem it again. And like, I do still want, you know, the possibility of being able to sit down. But now when I have the bot reminding me when I'm allowed to sit down, it's not that bad anymore. But yeah, I'm doing good. I finally had a pretty good night of sleep, so that was nice. We're trying to fix our habits here now. Trying to become an actual functioning adult again. Try to chain it with Red Raka. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that does not work with the cooldown. But otherwise, the thing is that I would never sit down. I would stand up for 8 hours and then I would just fucking, I don't know, I think I would pass out after a while. No, is the fucking door locked? Wait, can I even open this door? Oh yeah, I can, wait. If I spawn in the screwdriver, I think we have a key in here. There we go. I forgot to set the room, didn't I? I did indeed. Which is in the scriptable object. So room 2, you need a room prefab, which is going to be room 2. I think also, should we add the thingy? Because I made a object called master key, which I'm planning to use for like developer reasons. I wonder if I should make that one work on each... How should we do this? We're gonna go for... Let me open the door, close the door. You are item interactable. To be fair, you shouldn't be. Since we changed this now, we refactored it to where all items should only need to be interactable, because this one is essentially item interactable now. And then we are going to raycast alpha pixels. We are going to... You're not going to be hover interactable. You're not going to be always interactable. Okay, wait, this is pretty easy, because when I do the item interactions, I have a list of items. Okay, so this is fine, this is fine. So then, the items here should be something like, you know, door key. But then what I do is on each door, I also add the interaction with the master key. And now whatever door I get to, I can always open with the master key. Then I just need to make sure that there's no bug where the player could accidentally get the master key. That would be a little bit bad. I haven't spent much time with Godot or Unity. I'm a dev with no game dev experience other than Pascal or IRC scripting. Wait, IRC, is that not like... I'm thinking about IRC chats. Which I suppose is a redundant phrase, since it stands for Internet Relay Chat. So IRC chat is very redundant. Interesting. What does that entail? From what I've explained, Godot has a shorter learning curve than Unity. That might be true. I wouldn't be too surprised. Unity is way too bloated and ironically ununified. That is ironic. So I hope Godot is better in that case. Yeah, I think because Godot is a bit more lightweight. It might not be as lightweight as like a framework, you know, but compared to like Unity and Unreal, I still think Godot is a lot more lightweight, isn't it? Checks, why are you being mad about ads? You have the subscriber badge, you don't get ads. One, I hope Unity 7 will be more unified. Yeah, when is that one coming? Damn, I'm getting sick, I'm off to sleep, have a good one. Thank you very much for dropping by, Checks, and I hope you get better soon. Always nice to have you here, man, I appreciate ya. Yeah, Unity has so many different things, like 3 UI systems, 3 renderers, input systems, etc. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I suppose that does make it a little bit more confusing for new people, right? Even just looking something up and then you're realizing that you're reading about the URP system when you're like using the HRP or whatever it might be. I wanna know when Unity 7 comes as well, proper .NET version and a unified rendering pipeline. Oh yeah, we're gonna only have one rendering pipeline for that one, right? I'm still not even using Unity 6. Which I think, I've heard people, I've always been scared when it comes to updating during the development of a game, because I've heard like horror stories. But then talking with people here on Twitch, it seems like a lot of people are just telling me to just go for it and update. It's probably not gonna be an issue. So I'm still not entirely sure what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Okay, I think that should work. I mean, this door is fucking unlocked right now, isn't it? I'm being dumb. I literally unlock it by just clicking on it. Whoops. Or maybe I should make the general door work and then we do prefab variations for the side doors and just switch the sprites and stuff. And then, yeah, I think so, Let me actually, let's take this door, I want to duplicate you. And this we're gonna make the actual door prefab. So we're gonna call this locked door. Wait, am I changing this prefab now? Or is this a new prefab? I don't think it is. So let's unpack you. Backton, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Let's go for... How do I do this again? Prefab, unpack completely. There we go, locked door. We have the exit, which is the interactable object, room transition, escape on click. There we go. And then we just choose the direction we go in. Which doors that look like this should always bring you up. I feel like that makes sense. And then the closed door should be opened with either a door key or a master key. A hammer should smash it. And the trapdoor key or a screwdriver should just tell you that it doesn't fit. Because I feel like some people might try to picklock the doors with the screwdriver. I don't think that's super out there. Descending into madness, exactly. I need to set up some noise removal thing though, so you guys don't have to hear it. Because I've checked my VODs and it does sound a little bit for you guys when I raise and lower the disc. I think Raka spoke about it. I think there are ways to get rid of that sound. And then we have the open door. You should not be item interactable. You should be just interactable. And we want to raycast alpha pixels. Interactions. I wonder if we... It would be kind of nice if we allow the player to close the doors as well. Because that might be an interesting one if you ever have a... You know, say you have a monster chasing you or something and you want to be able to close the door to like hide. However, now... The issue is that if we would just switch back to the closed door, you actually need to use the key again to unlock it, and that feels weird. If you unlock a door and open it, if you close it, you wouldn't expect that you have to unlock it again. That feels weird. So we can't just switch back to the closed door as per usual. We would need to do something here, but I don't know how to actually fix it. I mean, I would need to make a new script somewhere that checks whether this has already been unlocked. And if it has already been unlocked, then you should not need to unlock it again. We'll get to that when we need it. As of now, I don't need to be able to close the door, so I think I'm just gonna leave it. The only thing we want here is to have the hammer, which should smash the window. The exit, you are interactable, room transition up. Yeah, this looks fine. No, there's one thing I need to change, because now, by default, oh wait, we have this as well, removes required item. That one is a little bit annoying, because I don't want to remove the master key, but I do want to remove the door key. So let's do this. Let's remove this one, and then using your normal door key to unlock it should remove the required item from your inventory. The hammer should not be removed, trapdoor key, screwdriver should not be removed, and then we're gonna do one more interaction with the master key that is also going to unlock the door, but here we don't remove the object. That should fix it. Was it good catch? That is basically what I need, isn't it? For the average locked door. I think so. I think for the like 19th time, I'm gonna start saving new prefabs. So we're gonna go prefabs, because I have here objects, I have new and old. So let's do a folder with the new objects. And in here, we are going to put this locked door. And then I think I want to make... I have not used this a lot before, but I think I want to make a prefab variation, because I think those seem pretty useful. Let me just double check, how do I make a prefab? No, here. Create prefab variant. So now we can do... I mean, there's multiple, just we might want to have some without windows, some with windows. So that should probably be different prefab variations as well, right? So let's call this door. And then we do what type of door it is, which is locked. And then we do the direction, which is left. So this would be a locked door to the left. Does this make any sense? Not sure. This is the default one, which is going to be a door that's locked upwards. That is the root object. I would kinda need to fix this one in a scene, to be honest. It would be a lot easier. I also think... I want to make a new door that doesn't have a window as well. I really need to clean up this at some point. I feel like I should organize all of this, but it's gonna be a little bit annoying. Yeah, it's almost too much work making a new sprite sheet, because it means I'm gonna have to re-import everything and like cut it out. It's a lot of work. Welcome back, Draconia, how you doing? Do you pixel everything yourself? I do indeed. I do indeed. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep this one for now, am I? Yeah. Fuck it, I can't be bothered at the moment. Let's just do this. And then we're gonna... wait. I might want a door that's locked that you can't open as well. Or do I? But wait, if you're gonna go back and forth through rooms, then we need it to stay unlocked. So maybe then we just have an exit. And then we have the other prefab saved with the door open. Now you can go back and forth, maybe. Sick, I really dig the art style. I was thinking if you ever have to use it in the future, a weird flickering CRT display would be kind of cool in that style. That could probably be pretty cool to add some more, because it would add a bit more texture, I suppose. Because do you mean like a CRT filter, as in on the entire thingy? On the entire scene? Because I know Foolbox used that for his game, and it did look pretty cool. Because it can be quite subtle. Like, obviously, this would probably be a little bit much. But like doing something like this, that's like, you know, noticeable, but not too much. I mean more like an actual CRT asset in the game. Oh, you mean like an actual CRT screen in game, like an object in the game. Yeah, that could be true as well. I do have the old PC, this one, which I suppose you could do something like that with. Yeah, it could look pretty cool. Might be a good idea. Okay, I want to make another prefab variant, which is going to be door unlocked upwards. And this is the one that I actually want in this scene. So we want to delete the current door we have. Why do I still have a door here? What? Is it because of this one? Yeah. But why does that one show up when I open the prefab? Oh, that's interesting. And door upwards unlocked. Let's put you here. And then we're gonna do... Wait. Did I not save you? What the fuck? Close door. Because this is the default one. Oh, I forgot to change this. So you should... Because the switching object and stuff, that's when you unlock it. On a locked door, you should not switch objects. And you don't need to play sounds. All we need to do here is play sound on click, which is going to be door yank heavy. There we go. And now with the upwards unlocked door, let's see, closed door. Did this update now? It did indeed. So this one I actually want to change. I want to remove you, remove component, and that should be an override in unlocked upwards. Okay, it's a little bit harder to keep track of this with the prefab objects. It's gonna be a little bit more making sure I don't accidentally override the wrong thing. And then we basically want to remove most interactions, right? Like the door that's unlocked, you don't need to have an unlock interaction here. Because this component should be the default component. Which one did I copy? Yeah, switch sounds on click. Well, switch object. And then we also want this component, copy. I want to paste you as well. And then this should be an override to door upwards unlocked. And so, oh, that one. And yeah, so should this one be. upwards unlocked. There we go. Mosen Robin, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate ya. So now, there's actually, for a door that's already unlocked, there's no reason why we would need to have a unlocking interaction. Doesn't fit. I mean, we don't even really need that one. I think the only one I really want is for you to be able to smash the door. So we don't need this. Okay, wait, let me save everything here first. Close the door. Here, modified, door unlocked upwards. And we're gonna open this prefab. We're gonna remove children of a prefab instance cannot be deleted or removed. But I'm in prefab mode. What? Prefab open. Or maybe I wasn't. Doesn't fit. Remove, unlock, remove. And now, if I understand this correctly, that should not change anything with... Fuck! No, wait. Yeah, locked upwards. Now I remove them from here as well. Fuck off, man. Okay, so what I'm realizing is that I don't fully understand how prefab variants actually work, because now I changed the one I did not want to change. So what, can I not... Oh, is that it? Can I not delete stuff from a... No, I should be able to... Or maybe I need those interactions still here, but I just don't ever use them. Maybe I can't delete objects from a prefab variant. Maybe. Because now I assume they disappeared from this one as well, yeah. That's a bit annoying. Unity prefab variants. Oh, so you can make variants of variants as well. Oh, maybe that's what I want to do then. So I make the base object just an unlocked door. That one has a prefab variant of a locked door. And that one has prefab variants of locked doors to the left and right. And then the unlocked, the base one, has variants for the unlocked left and right as well as the locked door. Maybe that's how you would set it up? Maybe? But any overrides you had on the instance now inside the new prefab variant, yeah. When editing, when a prefab variant is open in prefab mode, the root appears as a prefab instance. So that's why when I tried to delete the object, I actually went into the root and deleted it from the root, basically. This prefab instance represents the base prefab that the prefab variant inherits from. It doesn't represent the prefab variant itself. Any edits you make to the prefab variant becomes overrides to this base that exists in the variant. But can I not delete stuff from it then? If it's also a part of the base? But I feel like since I can remove I could remove components and stuff in components as a change to the prefab variant, so why would I not be able to delete an object as a change? Or did I just mess it up, maybe? You can use prefab overrides, blah blah blah, remove components and added child objects. It actually does not say removed child objects. There are also the same limitations. You cannot reparent game objects in the prefab variant, which comes from its base prefab. You also cannot remove a game object from a prefab variant, which exists in its base prefab. Yeah, okay. You can, however, deactivate game objects as a property override to achieve the same effect as removing your game objects. So that's what I should have done. I should have just left them disabled and not ever do anything with them. Interesting, okay. So since the game object is basically on the hierarchy of the prefab root, I cannot delete it from the prefab variant, I can only disable it. Because disabling it would be an override, whereas deleting it would be changing the root prefab. Okay. So in that case, the root object should be the most simple one, right? And anything that you add a variant to, generally speaking, you want to make it more and more complex as you go down in variants. Because it's easier to add stuff than it is to remove stuff. So by that reasoning, my base prefab for the door should actually be the unlocked door, because that's the most simple one. And then for the locked doors that, you know, inherently need more interactions, they need more stuff, that would be the prefab variant instead. I think that's how you should do this. What happened to your sleep schedule? How did you fuck it up? Just generally speaking, started sleeping maybe a little bit too late. I mean, the issue is not really just that I sleep too late, it's that I sleep too late and then I try to get up too early, so I just don't sleep enough. If I recall, you start streaming at 12 CET, but yeah, I do. I mean, let's be honest here, I started at like 1 today, but my schedule says I should start at 2. But yeah, I did fuck it up a little bit to where I had some trouble sleeping and I ended up, you know, I went to bed at like 2 AM, fell asleep at like 4, and then still had to get up early, so I slept like 4 hours and I was a little bit fucked. But now we are on a pretty good roll. I had a good night of sleep this night at least, so... Umarone, yeah. Okay, so this should be the unlocked door. I don't know how I want to name this. Maybe door... Maybe door unlocked. This is like the absolute base. But yeah, I also don't know if... You know, I think there's multiple reasons to why my sleep gets a little bit more fucked now, because obviously I don't work anymore, and I think before, you know, you would naturally use up a lot more of your energy during the day, whereas now you know, this is what I do most of the time in the day. So... I think, like, even yesterday, you know, I did some exercises and stuff as well, which, you know, obviously made it a bit easier. So I think I kinda just need to fix my habits a bit, you know. Door unlocked. Yeah, and then we do prefab variants for unlocked left, unlocked right. And then... we do prefab variants for the locked doors as well. Yeah, I think it's a bit easy to fuck up your sleep schedule. I had it totally upside down some weird spots, back to better now. Oh, that's nice to hear. Yeah, it is easy, especially when you don't have as much like set routines since, you know, I don't have an actual job I need to get up to. Which is one of the reasons why I also think it might actually help me out a little bit if I started upping the amount of days I stream in the week, because I would get more rhythm that kind of way, you know? So I am currently thinking about changing my schedule, where maybe we start doing like, you know, maybe I'll start streaming like 5 days a week instead. So 2 extra weeks, but then instead it would probably end up being a bit shorter streams, because if I'm streaming 5 days a week, I'm probably not gonna be doing 12-hour streams every day, you know? But basically, to compromise for that, we do more streams instead. And I think, to be quite fair, I actually think it might not only be better in terms of like for my own daily rhythm and stuff, but I think it might even be better for the stream as well. I think it's, on Twitch in general, I feel like there's more to gain from being live more days in the week than it is from being live long times. If that made sense. And indeed, I think that was a huge part, was it, for me at least? Yeah. No, I think it is. You know, I think windows here should be a prefab variant as well. Because having a window on the door would add more interactions, right? So I think... Dude, I really need to clean this up at some point. This is getting too messy. Am I in the right one? Let me just double check. Export, where exactly am I? GitHub Shrouded Loom Assets Project Art. This should be the right one. I have done mistakes before when I started editing in the wrong folder or whatever. Boom. Now we have a door without a window, and I think that should be the general base. You're doing interiors for future rooms? I'm still doing like rough testing, basically. I just want to make sure that I do it in the best way possible to start with, so I don't have to like redo this stuff later. I'm trying to figure out how to do these like prefab variants the best way. And I suppose a good way, I mean, since I know you might not have experience per se in Unity, in Unity, almost everything is based on something called game objects. So almost everything you see in the scene is a type called a game object. But then if you want multiple of these, rather than just copy-pasting this, you can make something called a prefab. And a prefab is basically like... I might not be explaining... Take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I'm a fucking noob. But basically a prefab variant is... Oh, sorry, a prefab is kind of like a permanent copy of a game object. Or like you have a reference to this. So rather than like duplicating this in the scene... Whenever I want to use this, I can just use this prefab to load it. I don't know the best way of explaining this, so rather than loading individual game objects, I load these prefabs, which is basically a saved game object, you could kind of say. And then the easy thing about this is, because obviously... Wait, let me do this. Let me make a new layer just for the sake of it. The thing that you earn from making prefabs is that if I have a game object in Unity and I just copy paste this one, I just do multiple of these game objects in the scene. And now, if I decide that, you know what, I want to change this and I want this object to be green instead. Now the issue is that these objects have no reference to this one, right? So now I need to go into each object and change the color to green. So you could almost see it as prefabs is kind of like inheritance for game objects. But game objects compared to script is more like the physical thing in Unity. As in like the what you see in the hierarchy here. Like this door unlocked, this is just an empty game object. And then the closed door has this image and it has some scripts on it. This is like a game object. So what we do instead, kind of similar to hierarchy in development, is that we have a prefab that we save, and then if we want multiple instances of it in the scene, we can just spawn more of these prefabs. And the good thing here is that all of these have, you can kind of see it as they have a reference to like the base prefab that you have. So you can make changes to these and say like, oh, I want this one to be green, but only this one. That's fine. However, if you want to change all of them, rather than doing it like you would have to with these, if I decided I want this one to be orange, I can just save that in the actual prefab, and that would now overwrite each one of these into an orange prefab, because I've changed the root of it, you know. But what I'm trying to do now, and prefabs obviously are very useful because it minimizes work, it makes it easier to reuse stuff later on, which is the main reason why like all the furniture in my game, all the interior stuff is going to be prefabs, because, you know, a door is something I'm gonna use a lot of times. So rather than making individual door objects, we would have a prefab so that if I need to make broader changes to them, I can change all of them at the same time. However, there's something called prefab variants, which is basically, it's not a nested prefab, but you can almost see it as making a new prefab out of this prefab, you know. So this prefab now has a variant where I do an override that doesn't change this one. Can you override specific objects, prefabs, doors? Yes. So I can override it and not change the root so that only this specific instance of it is different. But when I override this instance, I can also choose to make an actual override to the root, which would then go and change every other instance of it. But I also need a bunch of prefab variants, so what I'm trying to figure out is the best way of setting this up, because obviously I have a lot of doors, and since prefabs is basically physical inheritance, they all gonna work relatively similar, you know. But I haven't used prefab variants a lot, so I'm trying to figure out like the best way of doing it, and I think I know what I wanna do. Sounds nice, just thinking if you want that specific door to be green or blue. Yeah, you can. That is possible. Because then you can just make that change, but not override the base. And then that specific door would be different. You just don't save the override. Because if I save the override, I change the root prefab, which changes all of the other ones. But it is possible to do. But rather than doing one of those small overrides and not saving it, what if I want to save it? What if I want to have more green doors, you know? And then they have this thing called prefab variants, which is kind of like a prefab of a prefab. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what the best way of doing is. And I think the best way for me to do this is to have one base prefab, which would in this case be this would be the unlocked door. And the unlocked door that goes up. And then this one would have two prefab. No, it would have even more. This one would have, I think, 4 different prefab variants, where we have basically one being the one that's unlocked to the left, since we need to change the sprite. And then we would have the unlocked to the right. And then we would have... And then we would also have a locked version of it. So actually, I don't think I need that one. So we also have the locked version of the door. But then this is gonna become like a huge family tree, because we want more stuff to happen here. Unlocked doors, maybe we want unlocked doors with windows. Well now, yeah, we do need one more. Now this one is going to have the unlocked windowed door. And this one is going to have a unlocked left with window. The locked one is going to have the locked left door and the locked right door. But then we might want to have windows here as well, so now this one should have a... Yeah, this is becoming... It's gonna be a lot. But I think this is the best way of doing it. And I think the issue I did was that I started off with the most complex one. And I wanted the base to be the locked door. Because that might be the one I use the most, to be honest. However, I realized that it seems, reading about prefabs, that it's easier to add stuff to a prefab variant than it is to remove stuff from it. So I think we should start with the most simple one and then build from there. I don't know if I'm going too far here though. Maybe I should have... Yeah, maybe I should only do the left and the right, because the more I start drawing this, it seems like... Yeah, it seems like I might start to overcomplicate this. Maybe it might have been good that I talked through this, because it seems like my tree is gonna become a lot more messy than I thought. What's up, Vinny? How you doing? Prefabs is a soldier, for example, and you can have an instance whole army of soldiers, yeah. The alternative, I think, is to maybe only make prefab variants for the doors to the left and the right. And each of the other ones are pure bases. So, we would have... We make one prefab for the... We made one prefab for the unlocked door, one prefab for the unlocked door with a window, one prefab for the locked door, and one prefab for the locked door with a window. And then each of these have two prefab variants, which would be the unlocked door to the right, unlocked door to the left. Unlocked with window to the left and to the right. Locked door to the left, locked door to the right. Locked with window to the left and to the right. Doing great, what about you? I'm doing good, thanks. No need for that either, just a enum for left and right, or just a simple boolean, is left and is locked. But not really, because this is not really about the script now, it's about because the object needs to change, right? I need a new sprite for each of these. Like the door to the left can't look like the door to the right, because they have different perspectives. So I need to make some, like this is basically a flipped version of this one. Oh, you know what? I actually think it should be this then. That's how I should do it. Where we have, this is the one going upwards, and then we change the sprite in the room prefab that has the sprite to the left, and then we flip that sprite for the one to the right. So this is the minimal amount of changes. But just, yeah, for like a script I understand what you mean about just doing bools and stuff, but this is more about the visual representation of the object itself. And you flip the render, exactly. So I think this might be the way we should do it. The Captain Coder, happy Monday, how are you doing? Welcome in. Big welcome to all the raiders and a massive shout out to the one and only Captain Coder. How are you doing? How was your stream, man? We are currently trying to figure out how I should use prefab variants here, which is interesting. I haven't used prefab variants a lot, so I'm trying to figure out like the best way of implementing them. Langos Dev, welcome in, how you doing? If anyone doesn't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently developing a point-and-click puzzle game, point-and-click horror game. Well, it is kind of a puzzle game as well, called Shroud of Gloom, which you can currently wishlist on Steam. If you guys want to, here's the teaser. There we go. Doing well fighting WebGL builds. Well, I do know the feeling of that. Honestly, I don't like WebGL. I actually find that I have a lot more issues trying to build for the browsers than I do doing standalone builds. I don't know if that's always the case, but it feels like that's the case for me at least. I've struggled to use prefab variants effectively. Oh, interesting. How come? Do you mind elaborating? What have you found to be the issue with using prefab variants? Because I don't know, to be fair, I don't know if this is the best way of doing it. It's just like when I heard about prefab variants, it seemed like it made sense. But if there's a reason why I maybe shouldn't use prefab variants, just to be fair, it's not that difficult for me to... Basically what we're talking about now is the doors in the game. Because we're gonna have a lot of different doors, right? We're gonna have unlocked doors going straight left and right. We're gonna have unlocked doors with windows going straight left and right. We're gonna have locked doors going blah blah blah. You know, it keeps going. So I was thinking about somehow making this like a... with like a base door and then doing prefab variants for the different ones. Or maybe then I realized that might get messy because there's gonna be too many variants. So maybe doing like the unlocked door with a variant to the left and a variant to the right. And then the locked door with a variant to the left and variant to the right. But I don't know if this is the best way of doing it. I definitely think they should be used, I just have trouble deciding when to use them. And then when I have used them, I often find that I need to add something that ends up making it no longer a prefab variant. Interesting. Yeah, just to be fair, in terms of making them, it's not really more annoying for me to... Because I could just duplicate this prefab and make the changes for the door to the left, duplicate again, make the changes to the right, and just have a bunch of root prefabs. I suppose what you could argue is the downside of that is that if I want to make a change to like the interactions, maybe I want to add a new interaction. Say I get like a... For the locked door, say I get a crowbar and I want to add an interaction to break the door open with a crowbar. Well, now I would need to go into the other root prefabs and change those, whereas I suppose if I have variants, we can just make the change to the root one and it would automatically change the other ones. I suppose that is the advantage. Essentially, I feel like I have just not used them enough to know when to use them. I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of the same thing here. That's why I'm trying to, like, visualize how I should use these, because I have never used prefab variants. I've never done it. So yeah, I don't really know when I'm supposed to use them either. But this feels like a case when I should use them, but I think maybe doing this instead, because in the beginning I was thinking about having, like, the locked or the unlocked door as the base, doing like a locked one as a variant, as well as doing the left and right version of this as variants, as well as doing variants of this with a window with variants to the left and the right. The locked one would need left and the right. We might have a locked one with a window that would have variants to the left and the right, but this is getting messy. So I think maybe what I should do to try this out and see whether I like working with variants instead, but not make it too overcomplicated, would be to do something like this. Where the only variants we do, we keep the major changed ones. So, at least the locked and unlocked ones we separate, because those are gonna have a lot of different interactions in regards to, like, you know, being locked, having to use a key and or whatever you need to break open the door. But then maybe only left and right versions of them we do as variants. Because then at least it doesn't get as messy. What's up, Ginseng? How you doing? Welcome in. Just lurking, just to head on the road, so my spirit shall be here with you guys. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you lurking, and yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. So we do the door unlocked. Maybe should I? No, that's gonna be more messy. I was thinking, because you could also have the bases be like the door to the left, the door upwards, and the door to the right, and then you do prefabs, whether it's locked, unlocked, with a window or not with a window. But it feels like that might end up being more messy as well. I probably wouldn't need to change as many sprites and stuff, but I also don't think that's really the biggest issue, is it? Yeah, I think it feels like it makes sense to focus on the functionality rather than the, you know, the visualization of the door. So rather than the direction, we do whether it's unlocked or whether it's locked as the base. And then this would be left and right, or we do it like this. I think this is easier because a right door is just a reversed left door, right? It's just flipped. So that could be a variant of this variant. Are you still working on the dungeon crawler engine, Coda? Okay, so in that case, let's call this one something like maybe door unlocked W for window. Let's see, the closed door, this one you should be able to smash. But this is now unlocked, which means we don't need to worry about the master key or any keys whatsoever. We only want the smash interaction if you use a hammer to smash the glass. And the closed door, if you click on this one, we should play sound effect door yank heavy. Wait, no, do I not want to play two sound effects here? Yeah, this is the one when it's a locked door. Yeah, working on the editor, we are adding the ability to import-export projects now. Almost done with that feature. Nice, man. I've realized the more I've watched other people do development and stuff, I feel like the main difference between noobs like me and people that actually know what they're doing is that you guys work on like tools and stuff. And I just do unnecessary amounts of manual labor. I feel like that's one of the biggest differences. I should make like a level editor kind of thing with like the layout for my game, but I don't even know where to start with that one. But I think I should, because now at the moment I'm doing it manually, where I have these here. I have scriptable objects for each room, which checks the different directions. So if you're in room 1 and you go upwards, that should be to room 0.1. And if you go left here, you should go into this room, and so on. But I think now I'm setting this up manually, so it would be a little bit of a hassle to change something later on if I have a bigger map. But I think doing something potentially where we have like a level editor, we can like select which room goes where, and then the editor itself would go in and assign these rooms depending on like, oh, like if room 0.1 is above room 0, then obviously the upwards direction here should take you to this room, rather than me manually assigning this. You could look into creating editor tools. One of the things that make Unity so powerful is the ability to extend the editor. Yeah, that might be worth looking into. Because I feel like the bigger the general map and layout of this game becomes, it's gonna get more and more tricky for me to make changes. Because in the end, you never know, I might want to move like one of the end rooms to the beginning, and now if I didn't have this, I would need to go in and like, you know, I would have to manually change a bunch of these references to like where the room goes, you know? So having some form of like an editor tool or something that does this for me, and I can maybe just in like a visual thing change the layout, I think would be really good. But I have to look in, because I tried looking at it before, we talked a bit about it, but I feel like I did not fully understand how to even begin tackling that one. Someone said, yeah, you could theoretically do it with like tile maps and stuff, which could probably work. Open door. Not smash. Yeah, this should be all I need. I just need to set up the... do I have a door I can copy from, I wonder? Wait, I think the trapdoor has a similar effect, right? If you unlock this one, yeah, this is what I want to do. Can I copy multiple components at the same time? I don't think so. Can I copy all components? No. Okay, switch object on click, and then we're gonna go to this one. Close the door. You should switch object on click. You should optional disable. I don't need to disable anything, but the new object should be the open door. And then we also need to play sounds, which should be the same. Unlock heavy, door open quick. Yeah, that sounds about right. So this prefab should pretty much be done, so we try adding it here. And let's test it. I do like the new intro. Okay, so let's do the item interaction first. Let's spawn in a few tools here. Let's take the hammer and boom, that seems to work. And then just clicking, I should be able to open this one. Yeah, that seems about right. So now I think I want to change this to the one without window, because that's the one we are using for the sides anyway. Because I never thought about that in the game jam version, but technically speaking, the doors going forward always had a window, the ones to the sides never did, which is a bit interesting. But we did make this one, so I think we're gonna switch to that one for now, which means we need to go into our art folder. That's an issue. Okay, but if I just move you up, you should fit there. I think I'm gonna need to organize this at some point. The worst thing is that it's probably better to do it as early as possible. But it's also just feels like it's gonna be a lot to work to organize all of this. What do I call the other one? Door 0. And now let's go into our new little prefab here. Oh, that means we shouldn't have the... No, we should have the int smash, but you shouldn't switch sprite. We should only make a loud knocking noise. You know what, wait. I think I'm being dumb now. Let's keep this one and let's duplicate it. And then we make a new one, because the window one is basically finished. So let's make a new one with... That's just a normal unlocked door. Oh, did I change the wrong one? That doesn't matter. Okay, so unlocked with window, and then this one should be unlocked without window. Which means that the closed door sprite should now be this one instead. And int smash, which is when you use the hammer, you should not switch sprite, you should only play a sound effect, which is not window crack, it's gonna be something like... The one we would use the same one we use on the crate, I think. Closed crate, interaction smash, impact wood. That sounds like it should work. So for this one here, let's do play sound effects, impact wood. Likewise here, impact wood. And that means this door should basically be finished. Wait, why did you change? This one hasn't changed. Oh, I see why. I know why. It's fine. It's because I changed the wrong one, right? So it's... doesn't matter. Oh no. Did anyone notice the issue? We now had a window on the open version of the door. That doesn't work. So the unlocked one without window, your open version should obviously not have a window. Wait, I didn't add it here, did I? Sprite editor. Boom. There we go. And then, of course, we have to disable this one to start with. Okay, and now we could start playing around with the prefab variants. Just now we have these two bases. The unlocked one with a window and the... These should have almost been the same. The one with a window could have been a prefab variant as well, that wouldn't really have changed. There's nothing about how they interact... No, it does change interactions. We add more interactions, right? Let me start off like this. So we have door unlocked. Of you, I would like to create a prefab variant, which is going to be door unlocked. Which one is a non-flipped version? It would be the left one. So door unlocked left. What's up, AE? How you doing? How's it going? It's going good. Trying out a bit of prefab variants here. Something I have worked surprisingly little with. So this would be... Yeah, the annoying thing now is that the positioning of these are different, right? Door unlocked left. You know what? Let's keep this one as is for now. And then we're gonna go into room 1. Because I wanna save the correct position, I think. Or maybe... Or should the prefab base be the direction? It feels like it kinda would be easier to set it up that way. So in that case we would have... The base would be the left door. We have a prefab variant for a locked version. And a prefab variant of that one with a window. And then from the first one we also do a prefab variant of a unlocked door with a window. But no, because then if I want to change how the locked door works, I now need to change that in 3 different prefabs. So then it sounds like we should... No, I think we should focus more on the functionality. I think so. Let's try adding this one here. Room 01, let's do a unlocked door. Boom. Now we have to remember to not make changes to the root prefab. So the closed door, you should now change sprite to side door 0. And now, since we don't have a window, we actually don't need to raycast alpha pixels. Which I don't need to do on the root object either here. So let's actually apply this as an override in door unlocked. And same thing with the open door. I don't need to raycast alpha pixels. Apply to door unlocked. However, this change... But we also... Wait, I also want to change the position. So your position should now be... over here. Why is there another door behind here? Oh, it's the exit. Which I don't have... Oh, I don't have an exit for this one, do I? I don't have like an exit sprite, because I did this one here, which basically makes it so that if you hover on the door after you opened it, like if you hover on the actual exit, like the outline lights up, which would be, you know, imagine that the door is open here, then this outline here lights up to show, basically give feedback that you're trying to go through the door. So I guess we should do something similar with the side doors as well. Which would mean that this is the outline, right? Means I don't need this because that's part of the door frame. And I don't need this. Whoops. Yeah, that should be right. So now we can have the outline here light up when you have it. How you doing, AE? You doing good? Save as objects, yes. Now we're gonna go for the art objects sprite editor. Everything's normal as usual. Nice. Okay, I think I want to change the names here as well. Let's call this one no, wait. This should be door W. Like door windowed. Working on the mod right now, nice, for Terraria. Maybe I should try that game at some point. I've actually never played it. It's basically 2D Minecraft, isn't it? As far as I'm aware. Naming. I fucking hate naming. Well, what do I call the prefabs now? Those are called door unlocked left, and so on. So let's do... Well, these don't care, the sprites don't care whether they're locked or not. It's all about whether there's a window. That's the thing that changes it. So let's do door W zero as in unopened. Should we have the direction as well? Maybe do the direction first. We want door to the left with a window. And this is 0 as in closed. Maybe I just do closed. No. 0. This is door LW0 cracked. This is just going to be this is the door exit upwards. I wouldn't say it's 2D Minecraft, I would say it's a 2D sandbox RPG. Would you say that game has more of an RPG element rather than Minecraft? Because I suppose Minecraft doesn't as much in like the conventional way. The comparison in essence is quite inaccurate, as both games give different aspects to the same environment, sandbox. Okay. Okay, this would be door left... No, door... Wait. What? What's the L for? Locked? That should be U, right? As in upwards. Door upwards with window. Sprite 0. Door upwards with window 0 cracked. Door upwards exit. This is door upwards, window 1, as in open. This is door upwards, window 1, cracked. And this would be door upwards 1, since you don't have a window. I don't know if this naming convention makes any sense. It's like saying Don't Starve is cartoon Minecraft. Okay, I see what you mean. Now this would be door upwards 0. Okay, I think this makes sense. This would be... door. Let's just do S for side, because obviously the right version is just going to be a flipped version of this one. But people usually compare them mostly because of the vibe both games give. Yeah, I suppose that's fair, but just looking at it, but keep in mind here, I'm saying like take this with a grain of salt, because I've never played Terraria. I've probably seen like max 2 minutes of gameplay, if even that. But as someone who doesn't know anything about it, it definitely gives off like a Minecraft vibe. Okay, door sideways 0, since it does not have a window. This is the open version, so this would be door sideways 1. This is the exit, which means that you are door sideways exit. Yeah? That feels like it should be somewhat intuitive. For me, at least. I understand this might be confusing. Maybe I should type the whole thing, to be honest. Does it matter if the name is really long? Not really. This is fine for now. Let's save that. Go back into the game. And now, let me actually move this. What do I have? Here we have a side door. Let's put you here. I don't even know if this door is gonna be unlocked or not, but... Boom. Now, we want to make sure that we position all of this correctly. I assume that the exit actually will be in the right place. If we do... door side exit, and then we do native size. That looks like it's moving, right? It definitely is. Okay. However, is it... No, it's moving in the X and the Y axis, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. I can't change the... Because if I change it here, I'm gonna change it on the root prefab as well. Right. I can't change the order in the hierarchy either, since these are inherited. Which is, if I try to change something here, I need to open this one, and now I actually go to door unlocked. Which that one I don't want to change. Oh wait, is the closed door not native size? No, you are. Why does it look bigger? Oh, because of the perspective, interesting. Okay, let's take this one and position you correctly first. You should be like here, basically. Boom. That looks right to me. Now we need to make sure that the exit is positioned correctly as well. Which should be here then. Boom. Oh, wait, this might be easy to change. Wait, if I duplicate a prefab, do I get duplicate prefab variants as well? How does that work? Or if I duplicate a prefab, do I have to make a new prefab variant as well? Yeah, maybe I do. Okay, last but not least, we have the open door. Which should be... Actually, it should not be this one. I need to change the open door sprite as well, because I don't want to have the door frame in this one. Wait, is the entire door frame... No, I have a door frame in the room sprite as well, right? Don't I? Oh, I don't. That's interesting. So I handle it differently. So for the forwards door, the frame around it is actually part of the room sprite. But on the sideways door, it's part of the door object, which kinda makes more sense in some regard. Yeah, it should probably be part of the door instead, because that means I don't need to change the room sprite if I want to add a door. What's up, pretty lady? How you doing? Welcome in. I think I should change this. I think I should handle... Captain Cody lost a lot of weight and got better looking while I was showering. Hardly. Blasphemy. Yeah, I think I should handle the other doors like I do this one. The door frame should always be part of the door object instead of being part of the room scene. Well, I do need to make sure if I want to be able to look out of something. We do need there to be an empty space here, but that doesn't really... I should still have the empty space to look out, even if I have... Which is, do I not have... Do I have a background here? Yeah. Where do we have the background? Wait, why... How do I make that one black? Where is the actual sprite for it? That's interesting. Tomatoes cannot be trusted. I really like your username, because I agree. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, man. How you doing? I think I need to change how I handle my other doors. And make it more similar to this one. Yeah, I think so. I think doing it this way is better. I mean, I would still, if I want to be able to look out through this door, or through a door here, I would still need to change the room sprite, but at least I only have to remove that section rather than drawing like a door frame in it. That looks very cool, thank you very much, man, appreciate it. The game is available for wishlist on Steam, as of right now, just letting you know, we do appreciate those very much. Have a link right here, if you want to check it out on Steam. You're doing alright, nice to hear. How do I want to do this? That is the question. I think I want to do this by not caring about it as of right now and just making this door work. That's how I want to do it. But I still... Oh no, but it doesn't fully work. Because to make the exit be able to be highlighted, I need to remove this from the sprite. Well, what if I made this one not raycast alpha pixels? And then we do this. Boom. Because now this one would fill in the gap. It's gonna be a little bit weird because if you hold your cursor here, you're gonna highlight this door as well. So, I'm still not entirely sure if I like it. I wonder if we should do this in a way where the The door frame is its own object in the background. I think that might be the way to do it. So I would keep you like this. No, wait. We remove all of this. As well as this. And then we're gonna duplicate this one. Can't fit. Gonna duplicate this one. Put you right about here. How do I want to do this? I want to remove this, as well as this. Boom. Now we have the door frame as its own object. I think, you know what? I think I'm gonna keep this sprite sheet, but I think I should start trying to organize this. I really think I should. So maybe we should just have a sprite sheet for fucking doors. And then maybe one for like furniture, one for items and stuff. And then the thing that's nice here is that I have this one to try like to test out perspectives and stuff. But I could just have a testing scene where I draw up my stuff and then I move it to the correct sprite sheet. Because this is like, if I'm gonna make the entire game like this sprite sheet is gonna get so messy, and I feel like this is not gonna be the best workflow, you know. I think I'm doing it. Maybe let's just try 500 by 500. And then let's see. All of my doors. I think I'm gonna make my own one for doors. Maybe include trapdoors there. Like stuff that you walk through has its own sprite sheet. Basically. I'm still gonna keep them in the other one, so I don't have to like change any references as of right now, but then slowly start like moving stuff to these new sprite sheets instead. So, because now we can kind of organize the entire sprite sheet a little bit better. So we have like the door here. And then we do the exit. No. Why am I a perfectionist? Why does it matter which order this is in? It really doesn't. Okay, we have the open version of that door. And the window door. As well as the cracked version. Maybe I should... No. Should we organize these depending on the general layout, maybe? Maybe that's better. Boom, and then we have... Oh, wait, I need to make a frame for this as well. Because I do think I want to change it to where we have a frame for that door as well. Which should be fairly easy, since we basically have it over here, right? Well, technically that bottom line doesn't have to be part of the frame. Let's keep it this way, but we can remove this stuff. As well as, obviously, the door itself. So then the way we would make this in the actual hierarchy is that the exit goes on top of the door frame, so that you can highlight just the inner part to show that if you click now you're gonna go through this. But then if you hold here you would highlight the door frame, which is just a, I don't know, I guess it just makes a sound effect or something. Have I lost the pixel? Boom. And then we have the side doors. Which now means we don't need to have... Yeah, we don't need to have the frame here. We only need the actual door itself. So that is the closed door. Don't ask me why I'm lining up this perfectly. I know it doesn't matter. Boom. Oh yeah, we need this one as well. Which actually, there's no reason why you should be filled in. In case we ever want to make it so that you can see something behind this door. And this is the open version. And then we have the trapdoor, which I'm not sure we're gonna use, but maybe. Which I guess this one we should probably change a bit as well, but I don't think I'm gonna worry about that as of right now. That should really be all I need. Because yeah, I did start changing some stuff, like UI, I have my own canvas for. Okay, let's just call this one Doors Sport. Multiple, since we're doing pixel art, we don't want no filter and we want no compression. We're gonna apply that and go in here. Let's do door upwards frame. Door upwards exit. Door upwards closed. Door up, window closed. Oh, almost forgot about the last pixel there. that should be it. I know this is a little bit of tedious work, but I think it's gonna make my life easier long term. Just organizing stuff a little bit. Okay, this is going to be door side frame. Door side exit. Door side closed. Door side open. Now we would need to change the hierarchy a little bit. We need to add another image to each door, which is going to be the frame. Which in this case would be... Holy shit, I have too many doors now. This would be door up frame. Boom. Did that line up? No, it didn't. And I don't even know, yeah, I suppose that one, do you even need to be interactable? Actually, you do. However, we don't need to highlight you. And we don't need to raycast alpha pixels. And we don't need to do anything. But I think you need to be interactable since I have this color change thing there. Or we do a non-interactable script. I did used to have that before in the Game Jam version. Because then there's no reason why we need all of this code there. The only thing we want to do really when something is non-interactable is to make sure that it has the eye change color thing. Because right now, I think even like the room sprite itself is interactable. Oh, we might want to deselect item when you click on something though. But that's really it. If it's a non-interactable, you want to deselect item and then... Wait, room sprite? Why do you raycast alpha pixels? You wouldn't want to do that. Or do you? Maybe it doesn't matter. Do I have something like non-interactable? What is this? So you're still an interactable. Which I don't know if you actually need to be, because I changed color. Can I see references here? Color settings. You make a list of objects with the interface I changed color. Check for the mono behavior. If it has the thingy, then you add it to the list. And then you change the color of everything. That's basically a script I have to make sure that if I would want to change like the base color of items in my game, I can do it all from one place and it programmatically updates it for me. Which makes my life a bit easier. What's up, Jamie, and how you doing? That is basically, like here for example, you see that everything is white, which is not the color we want. That's not the base color anymore, since we have the highlight system that turns things white when you hover them. And now, if I just go here, and I turn settings on and off, boom. Even in the editor, it changes everything to the correct color. So if I want to change this color to like green, I can do so. Probably won't, but you know, we could do it. What's up, Brainoid Games as well? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Woke up and still very tired, need a jump scare or something? Well, you came to the right place. Not really, I don't have any jump scares at the moment. I don't even have the monster in this version of the game yet. But if you manage to stick around for the next 3 weeks, we might have one. Okay, I think I want to introduce the non-interactable script. I think I do. Oh, non-interactive clickable, that's not what I want. Was that the only one I had? Yeah, I do think so. Okay, so I think I want to make a new script. Which I want to call non-interactable. And here, I actually think I am going to take my interactable script. We're gonna copy everything and paste you right in here and then just remove all the stuff we don't need. However, right now I can see that my IntelliSense is not working, so let me quickly restart this. Ooh, that's a lot of fine errors. About oh, I know what the issue is. The issue is that I haven't changed the actual name here. This obviously needs to be called non-interactable now. And we don't... Do we need to check for eye pointers? Yeah, I think we do. Well, if it's non-interactable, we don't have to care about the interaction tooltip or whatever. We would never want to highlight an object that's not interactable, right? No. But if you click on a non-interactable item, we might want to deselect the item you're currently holding. Raycast alpha pixels. Yeah, we might... Yeah, I want to keep that one. Hover interactable. No. Always interactable. No. Don't need any item interactions. Don't need any default clickables. We do need a reference to the image, which is where we're gonna use get component. In start, we're gonna check if we have an image. If so, we're gonna change it to the color to the default color. And we do the raycast check as well. If the interface is called to change the color, then we're gonna change it. Yep, that looks about right. is interactable. Don't need hover interactable. Don't need to worry about this. Kinda ironic having a function called interact and is interactable in a script called non-interactable. Do I care enough? Not really. Highlight object. Well, that's the thing. If it's a non-interactable, we never want to highlight it, right? But on pointer enter, which means we actually never need to check on pointer enter. Because we don't care about hovers here. It's only if you click on it we might care. So U on pointer enter I don't need. Which means we're not gonna need on pointer exit either. On pointer down, if it is interactable, then try interact. On pointer exit, do nothing. On disable, highlight false, no. Don't need you. Don't need you either. And what do we actually check here? The only thing is whether or not we should deselect items. That's really the only thing that matters. So we do want to check if you have a selected item. We don't care about successful interactions. But if selected item is not equal to null, and if you're supposed to deselect the item, then, you guessed it, deselect the item. That should be all I need. These should disappear now. Yep. So now there are a few things we can change, where for example, the room sprite, you no longer need to be interactable. You can instead be a non-interactable. Now let's continue with the with our new door objects here. See if we can get these going. In my appropriately called folder, new objects. So let's start off with the base, which is going to be door unlocked here. So this is just an empty object. It's basically the collection of objects. The frame should not be interactable. The door frame should be a non-interactable. And you should not raycast alpha pixels, because then you would block stuff in the middle. Not that it really matters. Doesn't, because the other objects are going to be placed in front of it, but it doesn't matter. And you should deselect item. And then the... let's see here. The exit You need to be moved down maybe half a pixel. That looks about right. Yeah. And the exit is interactable. Raycast alpha pixels is set to true. And what you do is you escape on click. I fucking hate this name. This should be like exit on click. What's the easiest way of... Because I know sometimes, I think if I change this one, I'm gonna create a new script, right? When I save it. Is there a way to easily change the name of a script? And I think it's the opposite. If I change the script name here, it doesn't change in code, right? As far as I'm aware. Can't refactor? How do you mean? I mean, both of the ways I explained work in terms of changing the name. Because really, like, I still want this to work the same way, I just don't like the name. Maybe. I mean, the is rename. Maybe with Control RR it actually works, because I've never tried that one. I've always done this and just changed the name. And now if I save, I think this creates another script. But maybe with the Control RR function, maybe we change the script name. Because that would change all the references as well. Exit on click. Yeah, that did change this one. Let me check now. Now, if I go here and I search for escape... Yeah, oh, it did work. Yeah, because this is an old escape object. Okay, so that's how you do it. Easy peasy. I've always done it by just retyping the name, but then I think it creates duplicate scripts for me, which is a little bit annoying. So that's the way you do it. Is IntelliSense bugged again? Why does this keep on happening? I don't understand. And now this is called Exit on Click. I feel like that's a much better name. I don't know how it works here, but usually it changes the name everywhere. Yeah, no, when you do that, it seems to do it. I only think if I don't do the Control RR, which updates it everywhere. I'm pretty sure that if I just type here without that thingy and then save it, I think I save this as a new script and still keep the other one. I mean, we can try. If I now save this, no. Or maybe, yeah, that's the thing, I don't change the name of the script now. Now, here it's still called Exit on Click, but the class is called something else. Wait, let me do this, just to be sure. What's up, LA Moon? How you doing? Welcome in, nice to have ya. How you've been? Okay, that should be fine. So then we have the closed door. I think you need to be moved down half a pixel now as well. Whoops, not up, I said down. Looks about right. Last but not least, the... Dude, I should have moved the frame instead. So instead of moving the frame, I moved every other object. That is not the smartest thing I could have done. Now you would go down to -6, I believe. Okay, yeah, I think I prefer this. Now basically each part of the door is its own object. I think that allows me to do a bit finer tuning, you know. Yeah. Let's go back to room 1, just double check that everything is working as it should. Whoops. What's happening here? Something is messing up with the alpha hit test minimum threshold. I assume it doesn't say where. Oh, texture doors is not readable. The texture memory cannot be accessed from scripts. Oh, I remember this. It's some setting. When I import it, I need to change. I had this issue before. It's because we have the new sprite canvas. So here, it's something like... What is it? In alpha source, input texture alpha. No, is it read write? I think that's the one I need to set to true. Yeah, now it works. And now we can see that when we highlight the door, it's only the actual door that's highlighted. But something looks a bit weird here, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it's not positioned. But also, is the frame not a different color? Why is the frame a different color? Let's reload the scene. It is. The frame is a little bit lighter in color, right? Oh no, I know what it is. I know what it is. I didn't make it a lit material, that's why. Door frame. You need to be lit. Also, I should change these to the new sprites I made. You know what? Fuck it. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go to Art, Objects, Sprite Editor. Gonna remove these. Apply. Exit should be door up exit. Closed door should be door up closed. This should be door up open. Yeah, that looks right. Now, we also need to make sure that you are positioned correctly, which means that you should move up half a pixel, the entire object. So let's make sure that we actually do that in the prefab itself, because I want your starting position to always be correct. So the y-axis should now be... Oh, no, here on the... Oh, I can't change... Oh wait, I can change it in the scene then. Here, we put you at... 8. There we go. Boom. And then we're going to apply this to prefab door unlocked. Is it weird that the left side of the exit doesn't highlight? You see here? Should I put the exit in front of the side door? To be fair though, the side door would be in front of the exit outline, so it kinda makes sense. Because otherwise it would be weird when you have this one and the side of the door here does not light up. Because we would basically flip this. I think this might be fine. Maybe we should do this somewhere, just have a door that leads to a wall. Okay, that seems to be working. Now we need to check this one. Door unlocked left. Let's open you first. Then we just switch all of the sprites, really. So we go... Instead, we want to use the side door, and we start off with the frame. This one. Set native size. And I am working in the variant now, right? Yes. Let me double check by going back to the root prefab. You are unchanged. Just making sure I'm still not entirely used to working with these prefab variants. Because yeah, here I could apply it to the door unlocked, which would change the root prefab, but I don't want to do that. Door exit should be the side exit instead. Set native size. Closed door should be this one. And then open door should be this one. Now let's keep the frame as the center position. And then we take the exit. Wait, what is happening here? Oh. It looks like subpixels, but I don't think it is. It's just that it lines up weirdly. But if I move you here, it's gonna look right. Yeah, kinda. Do you need to go... Oh, you need to go up? No, you need to go down more. Boom. Then boom. What's up, Granger devs? How you doing? Happy Friday indeed. How goes it? It's going good. I'm trying to refactor some objects here in the game. So far so good. I separated the doors a little bit more so the frame is its own object, which I think is gonna make my life easier long term. It's a little bit tedious work, but I think it's gonna be a good thing. So I assume this one needs to move down to 1 as well, and then it looks like we need to move half a pixel to the right. Boom. How you doing, Ranger? That looks correct. If we remove the closed door. Yeah. Boom. That should be it. So we save that, and then we go to... Then we go to room 1. The side door we can remove. Oh shit. I kinda wanted to keep that one to check the position. Does it really matter? Not really. As long as it looks good, it's fine. Side door remove. I think it should be fine. Oh, do you have a bunch of overrides now, maybe? Is that why this is all messed up? Let me remove this one as well. But it looks good here. Yeah, I think it's a override in the scene that's messing that up. So we add the door again. Back to the scene. Yeah, that looks fine. And then that looks weird. It should be further here somewhere. That looks better. No, I do think I want you a bit further back. I'd rather have more space here, I think. And this still looks kinda correct in terms of perspective. Glad it's Friday, been a bit of a couple of weeks, lots of things going on. Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. I hope you're not in too much stress. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. But overall, this seems to be working. No, stress isn't terrible, that's what B is for. Boom. Is that a good position? Yeah, I think so. Oh, and here the important thing is that these positions I would now like to apply as an override to door unlocked left. Boom. So that each time I spawn in one of these doors, it's always gonna end up in the correct position. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one thing we can do, which is going to be really easy. We are going to... Can I not do it here? I don't think I can do it here. I should be able to make a variant of a variant, right? So if I make a... If I make a prefab variant of the door unlocked left, and we call this one door unlocked right, I should now be able to open you, and we just reverse everything, right? So, door unlocked on the root game object, we just take the scale on the x-axis, and we do -1, and then the y position should remain the same, but the x position should now be positive instead, so we put you at 129.5, and that should mirror you to the other side of the room. Right? So now, if I take the right door and I add you into this room, like so, boom, you spawn in the correct position. Easy peasy. And this is the reason why I think having the frame be a part of the door instead is always gonna make my life easier. Because if I wanted to add a door here, I don't need to make a new room sprite just to have the frame there, because the frame comes with the door, you know. It kinda makes sense when you think about it. Yeah, I don't mind this. I think working with prefabs here could be pretty useful. Or working with prefab variants. Okay, I wonder if we should see if we can make something with the backpack. I do wanna stop using all of that placeholder art that we currently have. So what I would like to try is to take this room, we're gonna go new objects, and since we come in from the right, we need to have a door to the right. And this should make it work so we actually can go back and forth into the rooms, which is something you actually could not do in the Game Jam version. So we're gonna take this door and place you here. Boom. And as long as we set it up correctly with the room prefabs here, making sure that room 2 going to the right should take you back to room 1. And then here we kinda do need an unlocked door. Or a locked door, I think, for this. Because in this room, this is where we have this, which is my little backpack. Or the plan for the backpack, because I think I want to play it to find the backpack rather than start with it. I guess we can just have the backpack like leaning against the wall. This is gonna be a weird perspective. Oh, you know what would be, not to be a little bit cheeky here, it would be a lot easier making it stand against this wall. might be a little bit big. I'm thinking about this as like the front compartment or whatever. Still feels a little bit big, doesn't it? Maybe. Yeah, maybe I should make it in like a perfect perspective. I mean, it's not too bad. I feel like it's rather intuitive that this is a bag at least, right? Or a backpack. That's what she said? Oh no, wait, what did I say? I don't mind this too much actually. Something about size, okay. I think this is pretty good. Maybe do the little flaps somehow. That looks shite. No, it looks too broad now, doesn't it? That kind of makes it look too wide. Maybe. I'm not sure I like it. Looks really solid without the flaps. Yeah, I don't think... I feel like it ends up looking weird with these little flaps, right? Just now it looks like too circular and stuff. Maybe we just skip them. This looks better. That looks too perfect. This looks... if you made it smaller, kinda... I think I liked... Yeah, just it feels intuitive that it should get a little bit wider. No, I don't mind this. I think that's fine. Once again, I think we're gonna start off making a new sheet, which is going to be items. Well, it's not gonna be the fucking... The width is not going to be items. The name is going to be items. And then slowly start moving. At least the new stuff we make, we start putting in this sprite sheet instead, because my other sprite sheet is going to get way too messy otherwise. Items. Oh. Multiple, no filter, no compression, and then let's remember to check read and write as well. And we are going to apply all of this, and now we go in here. Let's call this backpack. I feel like that's a pretty appropriate name. And now the bag item should be the backpack. Material needs to be lit. Let's see, highlight object, yes. Deselect item, yes. Raycast alpha pixels, no. Interactions, we don't really need that. Destroy on click, yes. Publish event on click, event type backpack. That should be all we need. I'm just gonna position you a little bit better. Okay, the X value should be something 0.5 for it to line up perfectly. There we go, that should be pixel perfect. Now, we should make the door work. I just realized something as well. We don't need to have doors everywhere, right? In some places, we could just have like passages or whatever. Like between two rooms, if it's not gonna be like a puzzle to get in between them, you don't necessarily need to have doors everywhere. Could just be an empty passage, click to go through. Might be something we should add as well. Because we can do that with the same sprites we already have, right? Like just the frame and the exit is enough to make a passage without a door. Bad item. You are done. Okay, we have to sort out a locked door, because we don't have one of those yet, right? This is a locked door, but it's the wrong... Oh wait, I could just make... We could just turn this into the prefab we want. Yeah, let's do that. That's gonna be easier. Since we already... I assume we already have the... Yeah, interactions and stuff we need here. So let's take this prefab and we're gonna unpack it. And we're gonna duplicate the exit. We're gonna call you frame. Yeah, let's do it this way. I think this is gonna be easier. So the frame should be door up frame. Native size. Now we're gonna take the entire door and I think we're gonna move you up to 8 in position. Frame, you should not have any of this. You should be non-interactable. Like so. The exit should be this one. Set native size. This is the closed door. And then we have the open door. So now we... Oh wait, this is technically one with window though. Maybe we should make that one first. Since we already have the interactions for it. Yeah, I think we should. And then we, out of that prefab, we can make the one without the window. So, let's see, the open door should be open with a window. Closed door should be this one. That's really it. Except for, let's see, int smash. Switch sprite, let's say image to change, closed door and open door. The new one for the closed one should be this one. The new sprite for the open door should be this one. And then we're gonna do the same thing if you smash it while it's closed. The closed door, we'll switch to the cracked closed door. And the cracked open door. Since theoretically the player could smash the window before or after opening the door, so we need to make sure that it updates both of them correctly. Okay. I think that's basically it. Exit up. Ooh, didn't we forget to change that in the door unlocked right? The exit is now... Oh, I think we missed it on both. Direction up. This should be right. And then apply in override door unlocked right. And this door should be fully functional now. Yeah, I think that should be right. So let's rename this one into door locked window. And then new objects. We're gonna save this as a prefab. Now we're going to unpack this one again. Remove this. We're going to remove the smash... No, we're not going to remove the smash interaction. I still want it. But we're not going to switch sprites. If you smash it, all we're going to do is play impact wood. Impact wood. And then the sprites are going to change to door up open without window. And this sprite is going to be this sprite instead. That should be it. Now we can save this as another prefab. So now we have a prefab for a locked door. We have a prefab for a locked door with a window. And we have the unlocked door with the variants to left and right. And this is the unlocked one with window we also have. Is this one? That one is broken. Let me just remove you for now. So then when we need it, we can just make left and right variants of these two. Maybe we should categorize this a little bit as well. Doors. Let's move you guys in here. And now, let's see, room 2, you have one of the new ones, right? Door unlocked left, but I think we forgot to change the exit direction here. You should be to the left now. Boom. And if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to traverse all of these rooms now. So, we start off in this room. We wake up. Go in here, pick up the flashlight. We should now be able to Open this, no visual bugs whatsoever. Go through here. And I should be able to open this one back. If I wanna go in here again. Okay, so this is one of those moments where I feel like we shouldn't even have the door in this room. And then, rather than... I mean, unless you want to argue that you close the door behind you. But it feels annoying having to open the door constantly. So I think we should do something where, instead of destroying and instantiating this room, we should keep it in memory and just deactivate and activate it. Because then this one would stay open. And here we just remove the door entirely, so you can walk straight through. Was this not a locked door? Did I mess that up? Door locked. I think I messed it up. Oh yeah, no, I remember. Did I remove the other door? I wanted to save that door so I could copy the components. Well, I still have these, which are fine. So really the only thing I need to do is change this, the default one. So it's actually not too bad. You should not switch object on click. You should not play sound effects. Why do I raycast the alpha pixels? I don't need to raycast alpha pixels here. Instead... Oh, you should also not be item interactable. Since we refactored that one, you should just be interactable. And if you click it, we should play sound on click, which is going to be door yank heavy. The interactions. So that means, you know what? Door locked. Sorry, this is slightly annoying, but the door locked... I'm gonna have to redo this for the door locked window. This one, so we might as well delete this one and just change the sprites, because that's easier than changing the scripts and everything. Wait, door unlocked. You're not item interactable, are you? No, interactable. Okay, good. So, door locked, close door. Wait, we can do it. Is it mad to not instantiate and destroy the rooms? And maybe instead literally have every single room available in the hierarchy and just activate and deactivate them depending on where you're going? I suppose the argument might be that the hierarchy itself might get slightly messy. But other than that, it doesn't sound like there should be much of a problem doing it that way. Okay, let's figure that out later. For now, I would like to go back into room 0.2. Something is not lining up here. Why is this one thick? No, it's the exit. You need to move down minus 0.5. Well, it's not only the exit, it's the door as well, minus 0.5. Does that mean that I messed up the open door as well? I did indeed. You should be minus 6. That looks right to me. Okay, closed door, interactions. I have one which is with the door key. Remove required item. The successful interaction in that case would be to unlock the door. And we're gonna have another one which is with the hammer. You should smash the door. And with... if you would end up using something like a screwdriver, we should say it doesn't fit. Last but not least, we're gonna have one little override where if you use the master key, we should also unlock it, but we should not remove the required item. Basically, the master key is just going to be a debug item for me to make me be able to unlock every door in the game without having to like solve puzzles and stuff. And then door yank heavy. This should be fine, so now we're gonna override everything we did. Overrides to door locked in room... So here, overrides to door locked in room 0.2. Does that mean I don't override the door locked prefab? Fuck it, let's try and see what happens. I override you, and then we open you. Close door. No, it seems like it saves everything to the actual prefab as well. That's good. Just making sure. Okay, now that one should be working. So the last thing I wanted to do is that I was thinking about actually making it so that the key to the first locked door is actually already in the backpack. Because I feel like that's a pretty good way of kind of forcefully teaching, or not teaching the player, but rather forcefully making sure that the player knows how to use items and stuff. Right? Because if you... the only way to get past that room is to successfully open the inventory and use the item. And of course I'm gonna try and teach it as well. I'm not saying I'm gonna just make them figure it out completely themselves, but I feel like it's a good way of like making sure that you can't progress further than this point without understanding how items and the inventory work. So that would actually be really easy. All I need to do is take the inventory here. In the inventory grid, just gonna make sure that you spawn with the door key. So now the player would start. You go through this room and you can find the flashlight. And if you get to this room, you can pick up the backpack. You cannot unlock this door. However, when you open the backpack, you find a little bit of a key in here, which does open up the door. And then you can continue into nothingness because I don't have a next room. Yeah, we need to save the rooms somehow because this is gonna be weird. If you go back here and now it's like, oh, I have another flashlight here. That doesn't make sense. Maybe for now I should try doing this without actually instantiating and removing the rooms completely. But if I just add the next room here, well, this would change how I... It would change how I handle the room manager, right? Speaking of which, where is my room manager? Oh, here it is. Because now, what you do is... Okay, we have an ad incoming. I'm gonna run in quickly, get some more coffee during the ad, and we will be right back. Let me see, how do I actually do this? Wait, here, door event, direction. On room changed, that's the one. But am I blind? Oh, on room change, you're up here. Oh, that's weird. Okay, we have an ad running. Let me quickly run and get some coffee and I will be right back. Give me like a minute or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. That's the nice thing about coding, that at least now, when I'm starting to get a little bit into it, I actually kind of understand the errors I get and what the issue is. Whereas I remember in the beginning, like, I would get errors trying to... And you know, there's a message with it. It's trying to tell you what the issue is. I wouldn't actually understand what it was trying to tell me. So I could spend like ages trying to fix a problem when I had no hint at all to what the problem actually was. Because I didn't understand the fucking lingo. They're like, oh, we have a null exception reference. And I'm like, fam, what the fuck is a null exception reference? I don't fucking know. I've been coding for 2 days, fam. So at least now I can say that it's starting to get a little bit easier that way. We're chilling, dude. Sit down, boy. 3rd time's the charm. Let's fucking go. First try. I mean... Oh shit, no, wait, is it one of these? No, not again.
I'm on my way.
Not again, no. No, it's like the Abyss Watchers. No.
Brother.
Don't do this to me.
Wielding sword of Lothric's prince.
Shit.
Rise if you would.
Oh wait, there's a circle on the orange one. I think that was the one. So now we put this one. I was just gonna look and see if it went to the right place. Ah, shit. Did you notice the dragon? No. I did not. I did not notice any dragon. Unless you mean the weird statue in the middle, but I don't think that was a dragon. I didn't really pay attention. No, dragon these nuts. So yeah, that is when we are going to end the stream. Thank you guys very much for watching. Fucking hell, I come from the country of IKEA. I should know furniture like no one else. It looks pretty sick too. Fuck off, dude! No, no. Fuck off, man. That is so bad. Okay, we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, so when we call the event from the door, we get the direction you're going. And then wait. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and get room from... Yeah, no, we don't get the direction, we get the room from the direction. So this is the tricky part, if we're gonna have constant... If we, rather than destroying and instantiating, if we're gonna activate and deactivate. The issue is that this is a reference to a prefab. It's not a reference to an object in the scene, right? So we would need to somehow find the object in like the list of rooms we have. Which I'm not entirely sure how to go about. Since this is a reference from the scriptable object, here, it checks if you're going up, what room is there? Well, it's room 0.1, so that's where we'd go in. And when it then checks 0.1, we find the room prefab. Which I suppose, because here we say that the... So this is, no, is not to a prefab, this is actually a reference to the scriptable object room. Yeah, room, exactly. And then we call set new room with a reference to the current room. And when we do so, we destroy all of the current rooms in the scene, and then we instantiate current room dot room prefab. So we find the prefab through the room. The annoying thing is that, as far as I know, a scriptable object cannot have a reference to an object in the scene. The way we could do this is by having a script on each room that has a reference to the scriptable object of what room this is. So then, when you click on a door, it checks the current room and what room this is next to. It sets the current room to that. and then it loops through all of these rooms and checks if this room is equal to that scriptable object room. Then activate this one and deactivate all the other rooms. That should work. I don't know if it's the best way of doing it, but as far as I know, it should work. So maybe we should try. It sounds like a fairly easy way of doing it. So in the room manager, we just have a list of all of these objects. What if we don't even have a reference to the scriptable object? What if we always made sure to call the rooms by the same name, and we check if gameObject dot... If it is equal to the same name as we have here, then that's the room we want to enable. I wouldn't even need to make a new script. And then of course we just need to have some checks in place in case there's a issue with like misspellings or whatever it might be. Like if this game object's name doesn't exist as a scriptable object, then, you know, no room was found. It sounds like it should work. I mean, we don't even need this name string, because I can just check. If it's not a game object, does it still have the name variable? As in like this one. Maybe it doesn't. Because I know that game objects have like game object dot name, right? Doesn't it? But this is not a game object, so that's the issue. Do scriptable objects have a inherent name that I can reference? Or do I need to create a name myself? Seems like I might need... What about class? Can I reference? No, I can't do that, right? Okay, but let's keep this one then. And then we check if that is the same as the game object name. I feel like it should work. So in that case, all we would need to do is go to our scriptable objects and make sure that the names are correct. I wonder if I should use actual names though, rather than just integers or whatever. Like, I wonder if this should be called just like starting room, you know. And we can name stuff like hallway, bedroom. It might be harder if we end up having a lot of rooms, but it's also more descriptive. It would end up being like easier to understand, because if I have 50 rooms, which I probably won't have, but if I have 50 rooms, like room 1.4 is not as descriptive as the, I don't know, hallway with flickering light. You know what I mean? Okay, let's keep the same system for now while we're trying this. Is it built with different levels? What do you mean by levels? Depending on how... Do you mean levels as in like height levels, like stuff on top of stuff? Or do you mean levels as in like the game term levels? 1.4 and 2.4 sounds like levels somehow? Yeah, kind of. I can show you exactly what the current plan is. I don't know if this is how it's gonna end up being, but this is what I've thought so far.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Are you not streaming, Raka? I don't know, what's your new schedule again? Did I ask you that before? I might have. Are you a Friday streamer now? Don't do weekends? Friday is not weekend. Friday evening, yeah, that might technically be weekend. Still Monday to Thursday? Okay, it was only the time that changed. Because you're starting a bit earlier now, right? Okay, what was gonna show? Such that you wanted to see the level stuff. So the reason, always Roger, yeah. I believe in the 4-day work week. I have that book. I think it's called 4-day work week. Is it? Wait, fuck, what is it called? No, it's not. It's not. It's called the 4-hour work week. That's what it's called. I mean, I'm translating from Swedish here. It might not be the English title. So, no, I mixed it up. Anyway. Let's see here. Game design documents. I'm done with 4-hour work week too. I mean, it sounds pretty nice. At least conventionally speaking. Like right now, I actually, if you consider this my work, I quite enjoy it. So I actually don't mind doing it more. So, such that this is the current plan of how I've been like thinking about potentially having the layout of the game work. Where basically this would be the starting room, as in like 0.0. This would be level 1, like the next chunk of rooms, which means that the door into this room is probably locked, and you have to solve a puzzle in these rooms to get into this room. So this would be like, I don't know, 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, this would be 2.0, and so on. So yeah, it's kind of like levels. It is basically levels. So basically, in between each locked door, however many rooms there is, that is, you could kind of see as a level in the game. So the reason I wanted to change to a system like this is because I feel like it's gonna make the game feel a little bit deeper, instead of having it like in the Game Jam version, where basically each level was always just this room, escape this specific room. It feels like it's a little bit more fun if sometimes there might be more rooms that you can, you know, try and discover and explore. So basically the thing that we are implementing here is the fact that we can have cross-room puzzles, if that makes sense, or like inter-room puzzles. So there might be a puzzle where you have to unlock this door, but maybe you have to find a tool in this room to do something in this room to find the key to unlock the door in this room, you know. It feels like we could make a little bit more fun puzzles that way. I'm still not entirely sure, I should say. This is like the general gist I have in mind right now, but this, I'm thinking about doing this a little bit as, what's the term? There's a term for it. Emergent game design, I think people call it. Where basically if I get a better idea while working on this, I'm just gonna change it, you know. Like, I'm gonna see what works, and if this feels like it makes sense, then I'm gonna keep it this way. Okay, so let's see if we can get this to work. Room 0.0, 0.1, 0.2. I mean, I'm actually already not doing it this way. Because here I was thinking about having the levels always be horizontal, and the progression always being forward, right? Which I'm already not. Like, I call all of these rooms 0 point something, but technically I am going forward, right? The first room takes me forward. So I'm already going against this plan, I just realized. Will it be like Mario levels where you can jump around? I think... I'm not entirely sure. The reason why I made it this way, thinking about having the levels be horizontal, is because I'm not sure if I'm gonna allow the player to go backwards. Mainly for the reason about I'm not entirely sure how to implement the UI, since you can't turn around. If you wanted to go, like, if we go in this room, if I go back in here, doesn't work, okay, lovely. Basically, if I had a door behind me now, I don't know how to allow the player to go through that one. Unless we do like a button that shows up here when you like hover. Potential, it could happen. Like I said, I'm just not decided yet. So in that case, you would always be able to explore horizontally. But once you progress forward, you can't go back. That's basically the idea of this level system. So you will probably not be able to jump around. You will be able to go back and forth between at least certain rooms. But I don't think jump around as in, like, for example, like a fast travel thing is not gonna be the case. And potentially we can, like, I can implement it so that we kind of teleport the player in, like, you know, a psychological horror kind of way. Where, like, maybe you think this door should leave you forward, but you go back somewhere you've been before and it's all like, ooh, this is kind of creepy. That's very possible. I was thinking you do stuff on level 2, extra stuff, and get to 4. Yeah, we can definitely have like alternative ways and stuff, that is possible. Also, what's up Rui, how you doing? Or use arrow keys back and forth like in Google Street View. That is a possibility as well. The only thing that I'm a little bit apprehensive to when it comes to introducing, which is basically what we're doing then, is that we're introducing a new input system, right? I don't know, can it be argued that we're going away from the point and click system? Like, it's no longer actually a fully like point and click game? Since everything else in the game right now is 100% point and click. Like, I don't have a single key binding. When you play this game, as of the way the game is built right now, you could unplug your keyboard and like throw it out the window and you can still complete this entire game. So it does, I feel like it changes a little bit about like the identity of the game, I kind of feel like, to introduce like other key bindings. But I've heard people say as well that maybe I should have like a key binding for like opening the inventory or whatever it might be. So like rather than having to click this open, you could have a key binding for it, which is certainly true, but it's not something I've like decided on yet. But the arrow keys would be on the game with clicking. That's very true. Like, ironically, I should say, I have not played like super many point and click games, ironically. So it's very possible that it's common to use arrow keys in point and click games. But I think the thing I don't love about it is that it might become a bit inconsistent, because in that case, should we not move forward? Like, if I open this door, should I now use the arrow keys to go into that door as well? I suppose you could argue, but yeah, because then you would always move between rooms with the arrow keys, which would make it consistent. So then, should I remove the function of being able to click on doors? I don't know, there's a few like design questions that made me a little bit unsure about it as of right now. Like in Google, you click the arrows in the street. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, like potentially doing something where if you... Wait, you did mean... Oh, arrows... Oh, sorry, yeah, no, I misunderstood you, Rui. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, exactly, yeah. That was kind of the thing I was potentially thinking about doing, because then we could do something where we don't have... Because I don't love having UI elements in the game, just because I almost don't have any as of right now, since we changed to the diegetic UI. But what we could do to still make the game look fairly clean is to make this arrow. I misunderstood it as you meaning the arrow keys. I'm sorry, I realize now that you meant an actual arrow you click on, which keeps the game fully point and click. And this I have considered, where we could make it fade out when you're playing the game. And then if you bring the cursor like inside of this like invisible hitbox, we would basically fade in the arrow, and clicking here would take you back. That is one way I could see myself doing it. But like I said, I'm not entirely sure yet. I think I'm gonna do it a little bit where like, after I've made a few rooms and you can play it, kinda wanna see do I feel like I want to go backwards? Which maybe, yeah. But yeah, sorry man, I don't know why I misunderstood that. Yeah, you even said like in Google Street View, and they literally, yeah, they do it like that with the arrows on the, like in the UI, right? So yeah, sorry, I don't know how I misunderstood you. But yeah, that is one idea I have been potentially thinking about. Like, because that is a way that doesn't take up too much weird space, because it would also, I feel like it would be weird like having to open the map and like click on the room behind you. But that could be one way of doing it. Okay, what was I testing? We were gonna do this thing, right? Room 0.2, 0.1, 0.0. So all of these are set. Yes. Or go in full cube movie mode and mess with the player's head. Cube. I don't think I've heard of that one. This one? Fear, paranoia, suspicion, desperation. A group of strangers awaken to find themselves placed in a giant cube. Each one of them is gifted with a special skill, and they must work together to escape an endless maze of deadly traps. Yeah, no, I've never seen this one. From 1997, that one, give it a try.
Why?
IMDb always have these like old school trailers for some reason. Every time. Even on like a lot of new shows and stuff.
People in here, are we being punished?
Once you're inside the cube,
We need to get around the trap.
They're identified by prime numbers.
figure it out.
I can't!
I'm not dying in a rat maze! The only way out.
Or go in full cube mode and mess with the player's head. So, do you mean in terms of like disorientation? Is that what you're referring to? Because it seems like that might have a bit of a disorienting element. Because I do want to lean a little bit towards like the psychological horror thing, and I do think that messing a bit with the player's head in terms of like the level layouts and stuff could be kind of funny. Where maybe, for example, all of a sudden you go out of a door here and you're back in this room or something. I don't know, as long as it makes sense and works gameplay-wise, I feel like that kind of stuff could be a bit cool. Okay, so now these have a string called name, which is called the same as the game objects in this list. So, if we wanted to make this work without instantiating rooms, we could make a new function here. And we would not do any of this, because we don't want to destroy the rooms now. In that case, we would need to have a serialized field private. I think I would like to make a list of rooms, which we're gonna call rooms. And then I think we should be able to do something, right? Where we go like, for example, for each... Should I do a for loop? Does anyone know, what are the pros and cons to doing a for each or just doing a for loop? I know there was something where I think with for each you can't change stuff, right? You can't change like a variable in one of the things you're looping in a for each loop, which you can do with a for loop. I think that's one of the things I know. Otherwise, I'm still not entirely sure what the difference is between using a for each and a, you know, a indexed for loop, whatever. Something like that, you need to have seen the movie, they don't know where they're moving to when they change room, don't want to spoil the movie. No, yeah, I understand. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a go. I do need more stuff to watch. Oh, not really at the moment, fucking hell. I started rewatching Elementary again. Not gonna lie, fucking hell, I really like Elementary. Why can I not use var here? Oh, because I need to add something, maybe. Yeah, okay. For each variable, which we are gonna call room, in rooms. Wait, I don't want this. No, don't even try me. This should be a list of game objects. So for each game object in rooms, we want to check if this is the game object. So if that dot name is equal to current room, the name of the current room. If that is the case, Muraj Gabriel, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate ya. So, if the game object has the same name as the current room, then we would like to... What would we like to do? We would like to say... Well, we want to enable that game object, disable all the other ones, and then return. And if we don't find it, we want to do a debug log instead. Which would be down here. We would make a debug log and say like... something like... we should say... current room dot name could not be found. And then here, if we find the correct room, we return. So this would only ever be called if you don't find the room. Make sense? I think so. So, if you loop through the rooms that we have in the list, if those match the current room, then we would like to say room.setActiveTrue. But before we do that, we would like to deactivate all rooms. This one is only called in the room manager. Why are you public? Oh, it's because I used to call you through the game manager, I think. Okay, private void, deactivate all rooms. This one is gonna do the same thing. It's gonna loop through all of the rooms in the room and say room.setActive false. Can I skip these? I think I can. Yeah. So if you find the correct room, then loop through, deactivate every single room and then only activate the correct room. Return. This also makes it so that if you don't find the correct room, you don't end up in a void in nothingness. You stay in the same room. And then we just get the error going here. I feel like this should work. So let's go to the room manager and make sure that we have a list of rooms here, which is going to be this one, and this one. And now what do we do? Let's check here. Because now when we start the game, on start we're going to say that the current room is equal to the starting room. And then we set new room, right? No, we don't. Oh, we don't have to, because the room is always set in the beginning, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, let's see if it works. Okay, we start in here. Now we should go to the next room. It actually works. And now the big difference is that the state of the rooms should be saved since we never destroyed the object. So if I open the door here, if we go back into this room, the door should stay open. Now, it's gonna be a little bit weird, since this door is technically closed. But that's easy to fix, we just do a passage here instead. So we remove this door entirely and just have a passage. Now, if I go back here, since we didn't destroy it, the room should be saved and the door is still open. And same thing here. Yeah? I kinda like it. And then here, we haven't referenced the room, I think. So now we should only get a debug log saying room could not be found, but we stay in this room. Yeah. So now we actually have a way of saving the state of the rooms as well. I think this is a better way of doing it. The hierarchy in Unity is going to get a little bit messy since I'm always gonna have all of the rooms here. But like, we basically don't have to worry about saving anymore. I mean, we kinda do. So in the actual save system, I suppose we would not only need to save the reference of the current room you're in, we also need to make sure to save the state of every other room in the game. Which the easiest way to make sure that works is the easiest way, the most straightforward way, would be to save the actual game object. However, we have an issue here, because my save system, my own one, cannot save game objects. However, a big little however here, I am almost certain that the very famous easy save, which is a little bit pricey, but I'm pretty sure this one can save game objects. Serialize much more than other solutions, including class struct game objects. So does that mean you could save the state of a game object, pretty much? JS Juice, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. For information on saving and loading game objects without code, please see the autosave guide. Autosave allows you to save supported components on a game object and prefab instances. Saving and loading game objects. Your scene must have an Easy Save 3 manager to save and load game objects. To add this to your scene, go blah blah blah. Once you have done this, game objects can be saved and loaded like any other object. ES3, which is probably a reference to Easy Save, I presume. .save my game object. Ah, damn, so if I had this, I wouldn't even need to keep them all. Like, I could save the rooms. Every time before we load a new room, we check with Easy Save if we have a saved version of this room. If we don't, it means you haven't been in there, so then instantiate the default one. Otherwise, if you find a save with the same name in Easy Save, then load that one instead. So then the system I just did would not really even have to be used. I could do it the same way I did before and just save the game objects. But this works for now, since I don't really need to worry about saving as of right now. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end up having to purchase Easy Save, because this seems quite straightforward. Load the game object, automatically assigning it to an existing game object if one exists, or create a new game object if not. So I suppose this is the string in which you're going to save it, and this is the actual game object you're saving. So the actual game object and name in which you save it. This will save and load the following: layer, tag, name, and hide flags. All of the above for every child of the game object. What's a hide flag? Bitmost that controls object destruction, saving, and visibility in inspectors. Okay. So wait, we save the layer, the tag, the name. That guy Bruce with the raid, thank you very much. How was your stream? What have you been up to? Let me throw a little shout out here as well. I didn't know you were streaming. Have you been developing? Let me throw you a little follow. Saving and loading prefab instances. To save and load the prefab instance, right-click the prefab and select Enable Easy Save for Prefab. I don't understand. So it doesn't necessarily say whether I can... The main thing I would like to save is basically whether the objects that... Oh yeah, wait, if an object is destroyed, that should be fine, because you can't save an object that's destroyed, right? So that should be fine. But what if I have a disabled object? That should be saved as disabled, right? Yeah, I think so. It doesn't like... Because it says it will save and load layer, tag, name and hide flags. But no, it must work like... Yeah, no, it must. The good stream, I do mostly gameplay, but sometimes game dev too. Interesting. What have you been up to now? Oh, you get encryption as well? Save slots? Yeah. Fucking hell, I need to get easy save, don't I? It seems like rather than me trying to make some of this stuff work myself, it seems like it's gonna be way easier. I mean, I suppose that is why the name is easy save, isn't it? Like I said, it's a little bit on the pricey side. I should have fucking bought it. I remember there was a sale, I think it was around Christmas or something. I should have bought it then. But this seems like it's going to be useful. Because I don't even know where to begin with trying to save stuff like game objects myself. Because then when you load the save, we could basically loop through the list of rooms, and if you have any rooms that are saved, we destroy this one and instantiate the other one in the same, at the same index of the list. Oh, actually the index here doesn't even matter, as long as it's in the list of rooms as well, we should be fine. Yeah, and then we wouldn't need to have all of them here. We could still, instead of having... Yeah, instead of having the room manager have a bunch of references to objects in the scene, these could be references directly to the prefabs instead. And then here in the list we switch them out for the saved states. It could work. Just some Call of Duty, nice man. Damn, it's been a long time. I did play a little bit of Warzone when it came out. Isn't Warzone like heavily... Is that the one you played? I remember, wasn't this the game we checked before, where... Hasn't it gotten like... quite bad ratings recently? Yeah. Mostly negative. Why was that? I don't remember. I know I looked into this at some point. Full of cheaters. Well, that's unfortunate. I do think I found the game pretty good when I played, but it's a long time ago. Like, it was when I think it was when it first came out. I don't know if they made a bunch of changes, maybe. Well, would you say, do you agree with these? I mean, I suppose you might not, since you were playing it. Oh, they don't... Do they not even have a trailer? That's interesting. Why am I blind? Why can I not unpack this one? I should be able to unpack this one. Interesting. Oh, let's just do this. Oh, no, I would like to unpack you. Why can I not unpack the prefab? Is it because it's nested, maybe? Oh, what if I open this? Now I can probably unpack it. Yeah, unpack. I can see that my trapdoor is a little bit bugged here, so let's do the easy thing and just fucking remove it. Boom! Easy peasy. That's one way of fixing it, and we also don't need these placeholder items anymore. Boom, boom. You can go away. Yeah, full of cheaters, but that is only when you have PC lobbies, not with mixed lobbies. Oh, interesting. Mixed as in cross-platform. Oh, do I not raycast alpha pixels on this one? That needs to change. Oh yeah, something else as well. Room number 3. Dot card, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. I think we should make passages as well. Let's do it. As in like doors without doors. New objects, doors. Let's take the door unlocked. I'm gonna duplicate you. Door unlocked 1. I'm gonna open this one up and we're gonna just call this passage. You're gonna have a frame and an exit, but no door. Let's just remove those. And that is basically all I need. However, we do need the side ones. And this is where it's, interesting. I would like to have one of... Because if I duplicate this one, I make a prefab of that one. Yeah, it would have been kind of nice if I could make a whole ass fucking prefab, like if I could copy the entire prefab tree with the variants. Would have kind of made this easier, but I'm not sure that's possible. Because if I select all of these and I duplicate them, like this one, the base of this is still door unlocked, not the copy of the door unlocked, as how I would have wanted it. I don't know if it's possible to... Is it possible to change the base prefab? Like, if I make a copy of this one, go in here, I don't think it is. And here, if I could make a... No, I don't think I can. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to change the... This is one of the reasons why I think having the base be the direction, as in the base would have been the door upwards, or like it would have been the passage upwards and the passage right. And then we add like a unlocked door and the unlocked door to the up and right as prefabs of the direction door or whatever. Would have been kind of easier as of right now, because I don't have to worry about positioning and stuff. But I also feel like it makes less sense long term, because if I only want to change how the locked doors work, I now need to go into the left locked door, the upwards locked door and the right locked door and change all of them, and that's a little bit annoying. Whereas if the other directions are variants of the first one, I can just change the base and it's gonna change all of them. So I feel like it's better doing it by functionality, but I don't... It's a little bit annoying now when I have to create them. So yeah, it's basically whether I wanna shoot myself in the foot long term or short term. It's basically the dilemma. And I feel like most of the time you should make it best long term, right? Yeah, cross-platform, you can get cheaters in cross-platform lobbies, but that is like 1% or something. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I wonder why, because the cheaters should be able to, like, if you can cheat on PC, wouldn't that work cross-platform as well? Or maybe just most cheaters, for some reason, decide to play on in the PC lobbies. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to do this. It's fine, it's not that annoying to set it up. I think I'll be fine. Okay, let's go... Let's place this here. Let open. Let's place the passage in here, because I think now... Oh, I thought I would be prompted if I wanted to make a variant or not. Does it not work that way? Now here I can select to... Would you like to create a new original prefab or a variant from the existing... Oh, okay, so that's how it works. Okay, I can put this prefab in here, not do any overrides, and then save it as a prefab variant. Okay. Now we should have... Oh. Yeah, now we have a... just straight up a frame here, I think. Wait, let me go back here just to double check. If I turn off the locked door, it should only be a passage. No, it isn't. Wait, what? Why do I still have a door here? Am I? Oh, because I have this room enabled below it. That's the door I see. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so now if I enable passage, there's no door. If I enable the door, obviously we have a door. So now, let's take this passage. And we are going to change the frame to the side door frame. Boom. We're gonna change the exit to the side door exit. Boom. Gonna make sure that these line up by moving the, I think this one down probably. Boom. and then it looks like I need to move it off a pixel to the right, which would be 0.5. Nope. What? Oh, I moved it down too much. So it's only -1. There we go. Now we should be fine. Yep, that looks good. Now we are going to do -1 on the x-axis to flip it. Nope, we're gonna do -1 on the x-axis here to flip the entire object. And then we're gonna move you over here. That looks right. Yeah. And now, as long as we don't prefab... Wait, this didn't save, did it? No, it shouldn't have. But if I drag you in here now... What? Oh, if I open this one... Oh no! Have I fucked it up? Okay, what if I copy you and I paste you here? What happens then? Does that work? Paste. No? I'm going to make a train station for my game and already put like 10 hours in it. Holy shit. Do you have anything you want to show? Feel free to link it. And what's up, Bowmates Games? How you doing? 1 point perspective? Do you mean if I have a... if it's this consistent perspective in the game? In that case, yes. I suppose that is what you mean. Yeah, there's only one perspective. You can't, like, look around, so to speak. Okay, this is a little bit annoying because now... Oh wait, can I not just save the override here? Because this would only apply it to room 0.2. But I don't... No, did I overwrite it? No, I didn't. It should be fine. Okay, so now we open the prefab. We take this passage. We save you here as a prefab variant. Which we're going to call... passage right. And then we can simply make another, since this is quite easy, we make another prefab variant of this one, which we are going to call passage left. We open that one and then we just flip everything. So you should now be 1 and the x-axis should now be, or x position should be negative. Boom. And we have a right or left passage as well. No, I just meant this image if it was drawn with 1 vanishing point. Do you mean if I actually used the perspective thing? I mean, I haven't really in some regard. If I understand you fully. Like, this image is technically just hand-drawn as is, but kind of... Yeah, I mean, I suppose the vanishing point would be here, is how I've tried to make it, but then if it's fully correct, probably not. The 10 hours is only for the ground and 1/3 of the front wall, damn. Is it 3D or 2D? I definitely think there are some things with my perspectives that would need to be worked on. Like, for example, I think you see too much of the top of this table. I think in reality, this should have been, like, moved up a little bit. Be something like this instead, I think. I definitely think there's some things with the perspective I would need to work on. I think what I should have made is actually have, like, a template or whatever, where you do this, right? Is this even how you do it? No, because this wouldn't work fully either, because this wouldn't give me the correct perspective. Would it? Oh, maybe it would. Maybe the room should have been like this then. But I suppose it changes as well depending on the height of the center, right? Which is, if the center would have been here, then this wouldn't go to the corner here, right? This would go fully diagonal. So say I'm trying to make this as in like where the eyes would look, which would be like here. Yeah, 1 point perspective, yeah. So when you say 1 point perspective, does that mean that you have like you're focusing on this point? Whatever in just what's a 2 point perspective then? 2 point perspective. Oh, so 2 point perspective would be like isometric. Which is now you have 2 points to make the like these are the points. Oh, I see. Two-point perspective means you have 2 vanishing points on the horizon line. Yeah. So this is the horizon line, and we have 2 here that meet to create, which creates a like isometric perspective, I suppose. I don't know if this is. Yeah, this would be considered isometric, right? Things in the image recede towards the vanishing points. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm doing 1 point perspective. But yeah, and here you can see the thing about like, yeah, exactly. You can move it. It doesn't have to be centered, of course. Whereas like this is not really. It's not even that one is fully centered. Actually, almost none of them are. This one is almost centered, but also not. But to be fair, I actually think that I should have made one of these, right? Like when I draw my stuff, I should have made this. I should have had like a template like this to double check my perspective on stuff. I'm going to eat. Be back in a minute, I think. Sure. Enjoy your food, and thank you very much again for the raid, man. I do appreciate it. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. I wonder how far off I actually am. Just out of curiosity. I don't know if I'm in too deep where it's too much work to actually fix this now. But it's kind of interesting to see. Because it would be something like this, right? If that would have been my eyesight, which is kinda how I done it, since this one is straight from the top. But I'm kinda like eyeball this, which I don't think is the best thing. I really should have done one of these. Yeah, just this shows that my room would probably not be entirely correct, right? Okay, I'm just loosely doing this now, just as a test. Because if you go by this reasoning, right, this line here should have followed more of a line like this. So the room's general like layout should have been like so. Yeah. This is interesting. I should have done one of these in the beginning. Because this makes it a lot easier in general, right? Because now you can check anything. Like, for example, this like cabinet. should have gotten a different perspective as well. I don't know exactly how this works, if this is the correct way of doing it. I'm kind of freeballing it again just for testing purposes. But this would kind of mean that this one should have been more like... How does this work? No, wait, that can't be right. If I'm doing the outline. Halfbjorn, thank you for the follow, appreciate ya. Oh yeah, this one would have gone like here, and then followed this line up here. This one would have still gone straight down. And this one would have still been straight. So it would have been, if I would have followed something like this. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is how it should have looked. That's interesting. Yeah, I fucking hell, I should have done one of these when I started doing the art. Because this does look... I suppose it does look a bit more correct. Because there's, like I said, I'm fully aware that some things are not fully, like, correct in terms of perspective. Like, technically speaking, even this one, even this table, if I understand perspective correctly, which I most likely don't, but this edge here, this diagonal edge, can't be the same as this one, right? Like, if you logically think about perspective, this could not be the case. Like, one of these, either this one has to be more like this, or this one has to be more like this, for this to, like, actually make sense. The problem with 1 point perspective is that you cannot really do the open cabinet door in the direction you did. Need a second vanishing point for that. Oh, do you mean... Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, the diagonals are running in the other direction. Ah, so they aren't following the vanishing point. Ooh, interesting, interesting. Because yeah, then using these, I don't have any like points to follow with like how this one is going to look, right? Which makes that kind of stuff a bit difficult. Interesting. So how would you solve that? I mean, yeah, I suppose you solve that by having more vanishing points, right? Did my music stop? It did. So then I would need to have like maybe a vanishing point over here as well. And I would have the door follow this vanishing point. So now... I mean, it made sense. So now, this door here would have been something like this instead. So would these have been... But like, how do you know how many points you need? In a room like this, would I be able to technically solve my perspective entirely by having 3 vanishing points? Or, depending on when object is placed, should I end up needing to have even more? No, yeah, I would, because then maybe I have something here on the wall. No, but you should... Like that shelf, for example, you should have followed the vanishing points that I'm doing now. Well, not really. I suppose I should have put the shelf like this? Huh. I dropped out of the art course after 2 points, so I don't know. Fair enough, fair enough. It's interesting though. Yeah, so... The only thing that I find a little bit sad about doing it that way is that since it's pixel art, generally speaking, it is going to end up a little bit more messy, right? Because I suppose you could argue that the fine thing, or the nice thing about the way I'm doing it now, is that I can kind of relatively, although it isn't correct, I can kind of prioritize trying to have either fully diagonal or doing these, which in terms of pixel art ends up looking, it looks a little bit cleaner compared to when you have a line like this, that, you know, it does look a little bit rougher in terms of just the visual style of it. Strong style is better than correct perspective for scenes like this, I think. Yeah, I think that it might be the case. Yeah, I don't know if I... Because obviously, if we would start working with actual vanishing points, I would need to redraw my entire game, almost every single asset, except for the things that are straight up. Like this safe and this door wouldn't have to change. Or would they? No, they wouldn't, because they are flat with this wall, right? If it doesn't have any depth, you know, then I wouldn't have to change it. So that would be stuff like the safe, maybe even this note, as well as the door, would kind of be fine. But then like every other object I have in my scene would basically need to be entirely redrawn. So it would be a lot of work changing it. But it would have been interesting. Maybe I should do a test scene where I draw up the game using vanishing points to see whether it looks better or not. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe I'll try it this weekend. Just for fun. Because yeah, like I said, I've basically been just eyeballing this. Like, I know that the player's eye line is somewhere around here, like the middle of the door. That's why stuff that's aligned here, like this shelf for example, I've made, you can't see like the bottom nor the top of the shelf, because I'm just thinking, okay, this should be in the line. This is below the player's eye line, which means that you should be able to see the top. This one is like slightly above, which means you should be able to see the underside of the shelf. Like, I've taken perspective into account, but I've definitely haven't used vanishing points. You know what, I think maybe, arguably, is a good thing about my game. It doesn't work for the first room. But one reason why it might not matter as much for my game is the fact that you very rarely see the entire room. Do you know what I mean? Like this first one, yeah, because the light is on, you actually do see the entire room. But as soon as you go in here, all you see is inside of the flashlight. You can never see like the full perspective of the room, which kinda, you know, in a way to slightly cheating, but it's not as easy to notice the if the perspective is off when you can't actually see the entire room. What's up, Lyomotek? How you doing? Welcome in. Look at our new little backpack. Oh, room cannot be found. Oh, I think I forgot to change the direction on the passages. So passage, exit, you should be up. The left one, yeah, should obviously be left. And the right one should, of course, take you to the right. Boom. What playlist do you listen to today? The same one I've been listening to for like the past 2 months. This is Streambeats Synthwave. It's a playlist by Astral X Midnight, but it's basically just a full-on collection of the like synthwave songs that Streambeats have made. I like it. I feel like it kind of suits coding quite well. Here's the playlist, in case anyone wants to check it out. Look, we can go back and forth in rooms now. And it saves the state. So here we have the backpack. If we pick up the backpack, go in here and then go back, the backpack is actually gone. Synthwave is the best for coding. It is quite suitable, I think. Also, video game soundtracks. Yeah, I have been thinking about potentially starting to use more like video game soundtracks and stuff when I'm streaming, because yeah, those are quite nice as well. I feel like it would give a little bit more variety as well, which could potentially be good. Because I do know a few months back I was listening to a lot of lo-fi, like I always had lo-fi on in the background. And holy shit, after a few months, I could not... I almost have a bit of issue listening to lo-fi. So I'm a little bit scared that if I keep going with the synthwave, like in a month or so, I'm gonna reach the same point where I just can't listen to synthwave anymore. Because, you know, listening to it like 8 hours a day, it gets to you after a while. Some transition would help to better understand we are actually moving between rooms. That is true. Especially when you're like spamming it, because if I do this, it's kind of hard to understand what's going on. It also, to be fair, it doesn't help that the current testing rooms are almost completely empty. That definitely doesn't make it easier. Because if you had like full-on furniture that switched here, it would kinda be easier to understand that, oh right, we are switching room. But I do think maybe having, as you said, some type of effect would probably be good. We could even just fade in the scene, I think. Should work. Just maybe do a little fade in and out when you go to a new room. I haven't gotten into Gregorian chant EDM. Pretty niche. It sounds pretty niche, but also sounds like it could be pretty good. Maybe black screen and sounds of steps for like 1 second. Yeah, during the game jam version we tried playing around a little bit with like step sound effects when switching between rooms. But I must say, it was really hard to... Because I thought that it was a good idea as well, but I just we couldn't really get it to work in a way that seemed... I don't know, that fully made sense. It always, for some reason, it seemed a little bit off. But I might look into it again. It's possible that there is a way to make it work nice. This doesn't look fully lined up. Here it does. Oh, maybe it's the scaling that's messing up. Could be. Yeah, I feel like I need to kinda think about the general progression of the rooms, like what do I want to happen in each room? Maybe we should think about it in a way where like each room has a bit of a purpose, you know. I think sound effects would be very important. Opening of the door, steps, some effects on the lighter, yeah. No, sound effects definitely, like I remember when we first started adding sound effects, it changed the entire game. Sounds like 30% of the success. Yeah. No, I definitely agree. Wait, let me... I don't need to visualize this. Let me go here. Like right now, we have a starting room where you basically don't do anything. All you do is walk out to the next room. And in that room, you pick up the flashlight. In room 2, you pick up the backpack. This feels like it's too, I don't know, in your face. I feel like we should have some puzzle at least in between here, maybe. Even for UI and buttons, yeah. Very sorry for spamming the chat again, excited to watch the stream after a while. Oh, no worries. No, you never apologize for chatting. That's what I'm here for. Wasn't that a pretty cool minigame in Undertale where you moved stuff so you could shoot straight through, something similar to get the backpack puzzle? Could be. Yeah, I think maybe doing more of those types of like minigame puzzles could be pretty interesting. Like even, you know, we should have like a fucking... Maybe you find lockpicks at some point and you can try like lockpicking doors. That should be a little lockpicking minigame. Oh, that might be too much though, because then like theoretically you should be able to lockpick almost every single door in the game. and then it's like, you know, most of the puzzles are probably gonna end up. But that's also something important to note. I don't want every puzzle to be find the key, exit the room. Because if the puzzle is always to find a key, I feel like that could get a little bit boring after a while. But that's also a reason why you can come up with multiple ideas of how to lock doors. It doesn't have to be a key. Like, one door could be... what you call it? It could be like barred or whatever. No, boarded. Boarded up. And you have to like maybe find a crowbar instead of finding a key. To be able to like remove the planks. Stuff like that is definitely something we could play around with as well. What puzzles did I have in the Game Jam version? In the Game Jam version we had... well, room 1 in the Game Jam version was to find the key and find the trapdoor. Basically kinda Where's Waldo type of puzzle. Room 2 was find screwdriver, open vent. Room 3 and 4 were a little bit more complicated. I do think I want to save at some point. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared about how early I should start giving the player tools. Because the earlier you acquire a tool, the more interactions I'm gonna have to make for that tool, do you know what I mean? It's just maybe someone else also wants to say something, they can. You chatting does not stop someone else from saying something. Don't worry about it, Liomatech. Meanwhile, it would be fun if the backpack falls and knocks you out for a while. Ooh, wait, maybe this could be an idea. What if... what if the backpack isn't on the floor? Also, it could even be simple. It could be that the backpack is inside of a cabinet or something. Just making the player have to look a little bit more. Also be code locks, yeah.
Date Guy Bruce is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Date Guy Bruce, that's what Brian... Is a little bit interesting when it comes to the pronunciation of Twitch usernames. They changed quite a bit. Haven't played the Game Jam, damn. If you want to check it out, here's the link. It's relatively short. It depends. It depends on how long it takes to solve the puzzles. And how much you die. Definitely changes the playtime as well. I do think something I'm gonna change from is in the browser. It is playable in the browser. The standalone version is better. For some reason the audio mixing is a little bit weird in the browser version, but it is playable. If you don't want to bother downloading, don't. But with the caveat that I do recognize the fact that the standalone version is better. Can I give it a go later? Yeah, go for it. Tell me what you think. Yeah, my name is Dutch and English at the same time. I think this game would work on mobile as well. Are you sure about that? Because people already complain about hitboxes, and if you're gonna click on a tiny object with your finger, I think you could get a bit infuriating. I'm scared that it's too much like... too many small objects, because basically this entire room would end up being like this small on your phone, and now you wanna click on this little thing. Maybe scroll. Yeah, that's true. You could have something where maybe if you click and drag, you like move the cursor around, or like you would move around in the scene. That could work. And I looked at the Discord and Rucker got the world record. He does indeed. 41 seconds. The official world record in the Game Jam version. Yeah, so you actually explore and scroll instead of light pointing, yeah. No, you can still have the light follow, just that you center the light on the camera instead and you scroll the camera. I mean, it could work. That would probably help out with the hitboxes at least. Should we see if we could make a little bit of a puzzle, maybe? I do want to try and get a version up we can start playtesting relatively soon, just to test the new UI and stuff. Right, so it's that version? What do you mean? I mean, yeah, it's the Game Jam version, so it's not the current one. That's the first version of the game. That's the only one that's like publicly available at the moment. I mean, I also need to design these rooms, like obviously we need to have some furniture and stuff. Why doesn't the tooltip show up when I pick up the inventory or the backpack? That should give you a tooltip. Or a tutorial toast, as we apparently call them now. Show always. Oh, I know why. It's because we actually trigger that tooltip when you pick up the first item. So that needs to change. Instead, we would like to trigger it when you pick up the backpack. Share the pic about in your Discord about my building. Let me do this. Nice. So this is a oh yeah, a train station. Is this where you would this is where you like sit and wait for the train? I assume that is the track here it's going to be, I assume. So what are you doing this in? Is this in Blender? Or like what software are you using? Yeah, Blender, okay. Yeah, I've never used Blender. I would probably like to try it at some point. But at the moment I have no plans on doing a 3D game. I mean, I have no plans on doing any game other than the one I'm working on. But I should try at some point. Blender's fun, but you better have a full-size keyboard. I do. I assume you mean whether I have a numpad and like the F keys or not. That I do. But yeah, looks cool, man. Numpad is helpful. I mean, I even have more keys technically, since I have my stream deck as well. I do suppose I could set up like Blender shortcuts and stuff on my stream deck. I do that for some things. I have certain... oh yeah, when I'm editing videos and stuff, I have a few extra shortcuts on my stream deck. Can be useful. Blender is basically Street Fighter with all those combos, holy shit. Yeah, it does seem like, I'm not sure I would say it seems super beginner friendly. It seems like there would be a bit of a learning curve to it, you know? But it seems cool, and I mean, I always respect open source software as well.
Don't forget to
Which
save.
Blender is, as far as I'm aware. You know what, not only should we save, I think I need to push the... I don't know the last time I pushed the git, because we had a bunch of errors last time, so I didn't want to make a push. Oh yeah, it was when we started working on the different scenes and stuff, which we fixed. Okay, this is gonna be a messy push, but I think we should do it. A lot of stuff, not gonna lie. Let's at least commit it. Blender is objectively better than many more expensive things, according to a friend who does 3D graphics. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, just there's still a few that are used in like professional settings I know of. Like, isn't Maya pretty popular as well? Just I thought that Blender was like the only one that like professionals used. I thought it was one of those like basically monopoly on the market. But it seems like there are a few others, which usually might be because of certain dependencies, like if a company already has like, you know, maybe extra tools and stuff for like Maya or whatever, they might still be using those. Maya and 3ds Max are all the ones, there we go. Yeah, I think those are the ones I've heard of. Oh yeah, this is something we need to fix as well. The fact that... I hate the fact that you pick up a flickering flashlight and it's unlit. Like, if you pick it up while it's flickering, you should pick it up in a... while it's turned on, right? I feel like that makes sense. Okay, let's make a new placeholder room so we at least have something to go into from that one. You know what, I'm just gonna duplicate this one. Remove that one. Oh, do I still have the passage and the door? Whoops. Okay, let's save it like that for now, and let's go into this room and remove the unlocked right. Here we should only have a passage. Damn, this is the first time I actually work on content in a very long time. We'll go back to my studies. Have a nice stream. Thank you very much for dropping by, Liamotech. Always nice to have you here. And good luck with the studies. I've included an explanation of how the train station works. It's a simple explanation. Yeah, train platforms. Cool, man. What's the full plan for this? Like, what are you planning? What type of game are you planning to make? Out of curiosity. Let's create a new room. We're gonna call you room 0.3. Prefab is going to be this one. And here we're gonna go down, which would be back, would take you to room 0.2, and that's all I'm gonna set for now. Here down would take you back to the first room. And here, going up would take you to room 0.3. Oh, we can make this... Oh, we can make it a loop. Okay, theoretically, I could make the last room loop back to the first room. Now we should have a never-ending loop. Oh, something could not be found. Okay. Oh, I didn't set the name here, did I? I didn't. Room 0.3. Now it should work. Oh, no. Not yet. Don't be so quick. We also need to make sure that we have the room here in the hierarchy. And we also need to make sure that we have a reference to it in the list of rooms. Boom, there we go. Military story game, and the train station is where a bomb is going to explode, and you need to stop the bomb from exploding. Game title: Operation Black Horizon. Sounds cool, man. So is it gonna be action then? Kind of an action genre? Because I suppose you could do it multiple ways. I mean, that it could even just be a puzzle game to get the bomb not to go off, but yeah, okay. Why did that not work? Didn't activate the room. That sounds like it's an issue again with the scriptable objects. Did I misspell something? Name room underscore 0.3. That looks right. And I didn't get a debug log, so it seems like it found the room. But why did it not activate it? Oh, is it maybe this is the issue? Wait, room 2. That would be the room before. If you go up, you should go to room 3. And that sounds right. Why is that not working? Is the prefab... No, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, I kinda like the new title actually. Oh right, I can't go into the menu because the cursor bugs out the game. Why do I not go into this room? What is happening here? I did add it here. Room 0.3. Room 0.3 is the name. Maybe it's the direction that's wrong in this room? Door locked. Exit. No, that should take you up. And if I activate the room here in the scene, it shows up correctly. Oh, I don't have the flashlight. That is interesting. Why is it not loading the room I want to go to? What am I doing wrong? All of the other rooms worked. Each variable room in rooms. If room.name, if the game object's name is the same as the current room.name, then set that one active. It doesn't do this, but I also don't get this one, which means if I don't get this debug log, this must have been true, but for some reason setting it active is not. Let's try to do a debug log here and go room current room dot name is enabled. Let's see if that one triggers. I think it will. Yeah, room underscore 0.3 is enabled, but what? I know what I did. It made sense. These are references to the rooms in the hierarchy. This is a reference to the prefab. That's why it's not working. I need to make sure that this one references the actual room in the scene. Okay. Made sense. That was my mistake. Boom. Now we get into this room. There we go. Now, I don't have the key to the door. However, if we use a little bit of cheats here, we should be able to get the master key, which should unlock this door, and should take us back to the first room. And now, we can run in circles. Yeah, we definitely need some more room transition. Should we take some inspiration from 10 Bells and just make an anomaly game where you run in circles? Wait, do you always run in circles in an anomaly game? Maybe you do. But yeah, running through this kind of shows the fact that we definitely need to have a little bit more of a room transition. Because this feels, it's too instant, right? Yeah, because the bomb is the last part of the story. Okay, gotcha. Hello, bearded sir. What's up, almost absent? How you doing? Welcome in. Huh. I still didn't get the tooltip. Oh, maybe because I spawned in the items. Did I get the tooltip when I spawned them in? Wait, I can just try picking this one up. Okay, yeah, there we get the tooltip. But I don't want the tooltip there. I want that tooltip to show up when you pick up the inventory. Which, you know, speaking of which, makes a pretty good point that there should not be any collectible items in this room. Because that kind of makes you get the backpack even though you haven't collected it yet. So, table with cloth, you should not have the journal. Boom. Very good, thank you sir. Nice to hear, nice to hear. You're not really mad, was this a marketing lie? I think it was more true when I first started streaming, which is a very long time ago. It might have been a fact that my patience was a little bit worse back then and I would get kind of mad when I was playing games. Very possible. But I think... in all honesty, I think I don't know, I've become a lot more patient as a person in recent years. Even when playing games and stuff, it's very rare that I would actually get, you know, actually get mad at a video game. Even if I'm like losing brutally and stuff, it's very rare that I would actually get tilted. Definitely could happen, I'm not saying it can't happen, but... Did you grow up, or what was the thing that gave you patience? Unironically, I think one of the first things... I actually unironically think... I mean, basically, growing up, of course, had a... You know, just becoming older definitely had an impact as well. But unironically, I think that playing Dark Souls actually gave me a huge amount of patience. Because... I think Dark Souls 1, when I played through that game, I think I got so beaten down that after a while I just came to the realization that there's no point in me getting mad if I ever want to finish this game. I actually think it helped. I think sometimes, if people have anger issues, you should just provide them with Dark Souls. They are gonna get mad, but after... The thing is that you're gonna get so mad that after a while you become enlightened and realize there's no point in getting mad. So a game about killing and dying makes good people? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. We should just force everyone to play Dark Souls and the world would be a better place. Okay, we should make the tooltip pop up at the right spot. So now, I think, if we check the inventory manager, when you add an item to the inventory, we check if the inventory tooltip has not been shown. If that's the case, then show inventory button and publish the inventory tutorial tip or whatever. Let's copy this, or let's cut it rather. And instead, I want to do this the first time you enable the inventory. Which is when we trigger the event, which is called click event, I think. No. Yes. If the click event is the backpack, then set the object to true. So here we would like to check if you haven't seen the inventory. But technically we don't even need to make that check. Because this is only gonna be triggered once. Let's keep it that for now. For me, moving to a flat where I can't be too loud, and also that the girlfriend is often around, I feel too embarrassed to be mad at games now. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like I definitely at some point really came to, especially when it comes to gaming, I feel like I just came to a point where I realized how unnecessary it was for me to get as angry as I used to be. Just like when I was a kid and stuff, I would get fucking fuming if I lost at a video game. I'm talking about to the unhealthy point of where you're smashing keyboards and stuff. That was me as a kid. And it's just so fucking unnecessary. Just in the game, it's just a game. Why you have to be mad? Okay, now we trigger the tooltip. This text is too big. I don't like how big this text is. I think I can make the entire tooltip a lot smaller. Same, but I wouldn't get a new keyboard, so I was throwing cookies at the wall. Fair enough. Yeah. I feel like if we disregard the whole saving system, we basically have the room transitions a pretty working point. Yeah, except maybe the actual transition itself. I feel like there needs to be something more happening here. Maybe we should try. I do have a way of fading in and out between scenes, or inside of scenes. Maybe we should try just how it would look with a fade. So that would be in the room manager, on room changed. What if we did a little transition manager dot instance dot fade inside scene? Is that all I need? I think so. We might need to delay the actual switching of the room. But let's see how it would look. I think even just something like that could work pretty good. But there needs to be a delay, because now you can see the room before it fades in. But I think maybe having a little fade out there should actually be good. Let me check... Let's actually check this one and see how long the fade is. Start coroutine fading inside scene. Okay. So it instantly plays the fade out. It waits half a second and then plays the fade in. Which means that if we waited half a second before switching rooms, it should time it perfectly. So, if we go to the room manager, on room changed, we fade inside scene. We can get the room. We can basically do all of this except for set new room. So here we would like to, in that case, make a private IE numerator, which we're gonna call Q new room, where we are going to yield return new, wait 4 seconds, 0.5, and then we're gonna set new room. IE numerator. Why is this not working? Oh, it's unused, okay. And then here, instead of setting the new room, we are going to queue the new room. And now we should have a perfectly timed fade. Never mind, we don't. Using the generic type, IEnumerator T requires... Oh! We need to start coroutine. Queue new room. No? Am I missing a reference? Using the generic type IEnumerator. I think I'm missing your reference. No way, isn't it system collections generic? Is that not where you have IEnumerators? Yeah. Alt T, using the generic type. Start coroutine. Private IEnumerator. What am I doing wrong? What's up, Janko? How you doing? Welcome in. How's your Friday? Hey, what is the error here? Using the generic type IEnumerator T requires one argument. Hacking the Pentagon, just chilling? Nice. So far I've used an untyped IEnumerator. Right, test, yield return null. But I've never used a type like this before. Oh, it's system collections. I did, in my defense, I did I did go a little bit suspicious about me missing a namespace. So, you know, it was kinda there. Let's see now. Now when I click, it should start fading. And then once it's all black, that's when it should switch to room and then fade in. It looked right to me. Yeah? At least there's a little bit more of an animation going on. Why? No, I hate this. These hitboxes are not okay. Why am I not raycasting the transparent pixels? We need bigger hitboxes for the items. So that would be inventory items, door key, raycast alpha pixels, oh, that's an old one, inventory item. Hammer, raycast alpha pixels. Master key. Screwdriver. Trapdoor key. Valve handle. All of these should raycast alpha pixels. That should make it a lot better. Let's add the keys and... Oh, is that because I haven't picked up the inventory yet? Oh yeah, I did get the stuff. Okay, interesting. Oh no, it's because it's disabled when I add the items. Okay. Yeah, these hitboxes are a lot better now. A lot more forgiving. Okay. I think I can fix that dev tool as well though, to be honest. Because we can just publish the same event. Inventory manager. Click event, this one. The event type backpack. So in the debug tools, we can publish this event. So let me quickly go to my system dev tools. Here we should have a function to add items. This is interesting. How is this gonna work? Because this is going to... what happens if I already have the bag when I use this one? I mean, we can always try. Click event.backpack. Is that not working? Oh, no, I need to say .event type. Okay. So it would be click event type .backpack. There we go. I mean, if this doesn't work flawlessly, it doesn't really matter, since this is just for me anyway. It's not like players are gonna experience this. Unless they manage to somehow hack the game and get access to the debug tools. But that shouldn't be... no, it shouldn't be possible, since we don't even compile the debug tools if I make like a public build. So now if I click this one, we should, yeah, automatically get the inventory and all the stuff in it. Now, my question is, what happens if I click it again? Nothing. Sweet. So this is currently how a filled backpack would look. Not even sure you're gonna ever find this many items, but we'll see how many items we end up having. You know what I also don't like? Something I would like to fix. The fact that when you drop an item, like if I do a wrong interaction, then we add the item back into the inventory, which triggers this animation. Oh, is that good? Maybe? I mean, in some regard you could argue that it shows the player that, okay, this went back in the inventory. Oh, what? No, I lost my hammer. Oh, that's not right. New objects, doors. Was that a locked door or an unlocked? That was a locked door. Door locked. Let me check your interactions here. I think I messed up. Yeah, remove required item should not. That should only happen when you use the key, because basically we always remove keys when you use them. But I don't want to remove the other items. Should we double check the other ones? Passage doesn't matter. Oh wait, I only have one locked door. Okay, what about the unlocked door? You did not remove that. The hammer, that's good. Okay, now it should work. Would be a little bit mean if we accidentally remove the hammer from the player and they need it for a later thing, basically soft locking them. It still removed my fucking hammer. Wait, what are you doing? Closed door. The hammer interaction should not remove the required item. Oh, is it overridden in the scene maybe? Is that why? Maybe that's it. Door locked. Do you have any overrides? Close the door. No. Remove required item is not checked. Okay, what if I spawn into this room? Oh wait, I'm in multiple rooms at once. It still removes the hammer. Okay, this is interesting. Why? This is the interaction we're triggering with the hammer. And remove required item is set to false. remove required item. Then you just set selected item to null. Otherwise, okay. Oh wait, do I never... Wait, how does this work? If item selected is not equal to null, then for each item interaction, check if it was successful. If that was true, then break. And then if deselect item, then deselect it. Oh, I never add it back. Huh. I'm forgetting to add the item back into the inventory after you have a successful interaction. No, I don't. Deselect item. If selected item is not equal to null, then add item to inventory. This is where I do it, so we should add it back. So if the selected item is not equal to null, you loop through all of the interactions. If you find one that works, wait, successful... Oh yeah. No, break should only break the for each loop, right? So we should still check this. And when we deselect the item, as long as it's not null, we should add it back into the inventory. So, in the item interactions, if successful, then we interact. We do this. Afterwards, we check if you're supposed to remove the required item, then set selected item to null. Which means that if you're not supposed to remove the required item, this should not be set to null. Which means that wait, door locked. You are interactable. And you do deselect item. This is very odd. What am I missing? deselecting item. And then in the inventory manager, we're gonna check deselect item. If it's not equal to null, adding item back into the inventory. Let's see what happens. Oh, I don't have a flashlight. Speaking of which, that's a little bit annoying, having to go back to that room just to pick up the flashlight. I should make a debug tool. I know I'm jumping a little bit back and forth here, but we should have a debug tool to automatically enable the flashlight. Dev tools, boom. Let's make a public void enable flashlight. No. Equip flashlight, which is going to publish a click event. Click event.event type.flashlight. So basically just pretending that we just picked up the flashlight. Boom. Damn, I'm running out of space on my debug tools. To be fair, I don't need this. What happened with my text? Oh, that scared me. Okay, where do we have add tools, add items? Let's duplicate this button. Equip flashlight. Equip flashlight. And then this button, you are instead going to call the function, you guessed it, equip flashlight. Oh wait, I'm gonna turn off the dev menu and then override the prefab. Small little thing, but I think that's gonna make my life easier in the future when it comes to testing. Now we should be able to spawn in this room. We don't have a flashlight, so we can't see anything. So we equip the flashlight. Easy peasy. And now pick up the inventory. We spawn in the tools. We smash the door. Oh, look at that! Checking item tooltip. $163. That means I call the inventory button. Interesting. And then deselecting item, but it never called the function to add it back to the inventory. So something is a bit messy here. Why? If selected item is not equal to null, this did not get called, which must mean that the selected item was already null. Right? I feel like that logically makes sense. But it did call this one, which means it should, but for some reason the item is set to null. So we know that it's not set to null here, because in that case this would never get called. So we do have a item selected. And then for each, we loop through those, check if we have a successful interaction. We do nothing here that should potentially set it to null. However, what do we do in the item interactions? The method we actually call is this one. We check if the interaction is successful. With the selected item, you check if the items contains the selected item. That is the bool successful. If it is successful, then interact. Then if remove required item. That's the only place where we set this to null, and then we return whatever this bool is. When we do this and interact, that should never remove the required item. Because that would be... Let's see, door locked, close door, int smash. All you do is play sound on click and alert on click. The only time that remove required item is set to true is if it's the door key. But we're not using the door key, I'm using a hammer. Oh no! Because this still get called each time this is looped, right? So when it checks if the interaction with the door key, if that worked, it's going to say no, because it doesn't contain the hammer. So it was not successful, therefore do not interact. But then it still checks whether you're supposed to remove it, which if it is the door key you should, just that right now the selected item is the hammer. So that means we need to move this. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna check if it is successful. If it is, then interact. And then only check whether you're supposed to remove the required item if the interaction itself was successful. Okay. I'm like 99% sure that this should work. I think I found a mistake. It was a little bit of a logical mistake there. Okay. Equip flashlight. Pick up the inventory. We are going to spawn in the tools. Take the hammer. Smash the door. And now we still have the hammer. However, if I use the door key, boom, I no longer have the door key. This is a different one. GG. Now, why did I go back to that room? Just a room manager thinks I'm still in the first room, I see. Okay. Well, that was a good little bug to find. That should have definitely soft-locked someone in the game. Nice. Okay. So next up, I think we need to start actually trying to design the rooms themselves, because I feel like we're at a point where I'm pretty happy with the systems we implemented and how we've implemented them. I don't feel like we actually need that much more refactoring in the game. So I think we're pretty much at a point where we can start like actually trying to work on content in the game. So that feels pretty good. Also a little bit anxious just because now we're actually working on content for the full version of the game. So I feel like the standard for these rooms are gonna be a lot higher. As in like my own standard for what I want. Interesting little bug. I'm stuck in a loop. Oh, room cannot be found. Oh yeah, because I'm technically in the wrong room. Whereas now, I would be able to go back. Yeah, I see. But this is only because I'm cheating. If you actually play the game as you're supposed to, that should never be the case. It's because I'm starting in a room that's not the starting room, basically. You know what I should add to my debug tools as well? Rather than having one specifically for like teleporting to different rooms, Because this one is not gonna work. Go to next area. I don't know how to calculate that, because what if one room can take you to, say, 2 different places? Then which place is the next area? What we could do is have buttons to go left, up, right, down, and then whether you've unlocked the door or not, you can just like force your way through. Which, to be fair, do I even need that? That's kind of what the master key does in some regard. Should I have an achievement for picking up the inventory? No. I feel like that might be a little bit too much, because we already have one achievement when you equip the flashlight. So then like in, you know, 2 rooms after, you get one for picking up the inventory. It feels a little bit too samey, maybe. Clear all achievements. Boom. Equip and use the flashlight for the first time. However, that achievement would kind of be wrong the way we do it now, because I'm thinking about having the flashlight be turned on when you pick it up. In case we do it this way, like we don't have to do it this way either. We could put the flashlight non-flickering in the first room. Like it should just be laying on the table or something and you have to pick it up. The annoying thing then is that theoretically the player could just exit without picking up the flashlight, thus being soft locked, unless we add the thing where they can go back, which maybe we should. But I'm also scared that people might go into this room, it being completely black, and then they think that the game has crashed or something. Whereas here it's quite obvious, like, this is the only thing you can see, you can't click on anything. The only way to progress is to pick up the flashlight. Still can't see anything, only way to progress is to click on it. Also, why does the tooltip not show up there? It should. Flashlight. You should subscribe to... Wait. You don't subscribe to the click event? Where do I do that from? Oh, is it from the UI manager maybe? Yeah, UI manager has a reference to the flashlight object. Okay. Which means here on the flashlight click event, this is where I would like to enable the tutorial tip or whatever to click on it. I mean, no, wait, shit. We also kind of don't need to do that if the flashlight is going to be on when you pick it up. So maybe that's what I should do instead. But then you might want to have a tooltip that says something like, click on the flashlight to turn it off. Just so that we made sure to teach the player that mechanic. No matter what, when you pick it up, I think I wanna enable that tooltip. Here. The flashlight has not been toggled, then publish this event. So I think we just reverse this, where instead of it saying click on the flashlight to turn it on, we make it say click on the flashlight to turn it off. So, which would be in the UI manager here. Boom. Now we should get the tooltip, but we need to change it as well. Well, the first thing I actually need to change is to make sure that we set this to true when you pick it up. So flashlight object.set active true. What exactly, let me see, what is the flashlight object? That is the parent object. But on enable or whatever should still be called on this one, right? Pretty sure. Flashlight on equals false. We would like to change this so the flashlight is on from the beginning. Let's see, that event gets published when you toggle the flashlight, right? Yeah. To whatever it isn't. Oh wait, so I could keep it this way. Which is we could. No, wait, we can't. On click if it's not. Oh no, yeah, that should stay. However, toggle flashlight. Publish new flashlight event is on. Toggle light. Start a flickering routine. Okay, so instead of doing this, could I not just say that the first thing we do is to toggle flashlight true? In the start, we toggle it to true. And then we publish the... No. What's up, Mr. Grey? How you doing? How's it been going, man? It's going good. We've gotten quite a bit of progress done today, both in terms of refactoring and creating a bit more content and stuff. So yeah, feels good. We also have the new, I improved the logo a bit and got that one into the game as well. So yeah, feels good, man. How you doing? How's your Friday? Okay, so here I don't think I need to publish this one. Instead, we publish it here after you toggle the flashlight the first time. I think this should work. No, it's just slacking off work now. Nice, man. Okay, so now when I pick up the flashlight, if I understand this correctly, we should get the little tip. We didn't. The flashlight did become toggle though, so that's good. We did pick it up in a lit up state, but we did not get the tooltip. Tutorial toast, always. Oh. Flashlight tooltip false. That's the issue, okay. Boom, click on your flashlight to turn it on and off. Oh wait, that can actually stay. I thought it said click on your flashlight to turn it on, but this can stay the same. And then when you click it, that disappears. And then you just have to turn it on again. But at least now we know that the player has been taught that clicking on this one will turn it on and off. Nice! Let's make sure that the... Yeah, just I think the achievement... No, the achievement can stay the same now. Since we basically forced the player to turn the flashlight off. Kind of. So, let's clear all achievements and reload the scene. Because now you're not gonna get the achievement when you pick the flashlight up. However, when you turn it off... Why am I not getting the achievements? When do I actually trigger the achievement? I suppose that's a good question. Don't think I need this space on click no more. Toggle is on. Wait, now I'm confused. Does the flashlight not trigger the achievements? Where do I trigger the achievement? I got it before. Right, all of that happens in Achievement Manager. So, on Flashlight Toggled, when that event is published, the Steam Manager checks, it tries to unlock it, and if that returns true, then we unsubscribe from the event. Oh, so maybe I needed to just restart the editor, since it might have it's possible that it unsubscribed from the event and thus did not unlock it for me. since I already had unlocked it technically. Okay, so now, if I pick it up, I should not get the achievement. Oh, I do. Oh, but is this one, now we automatically toggle. Yeah, I actually called the function to toggle the flashlight, which publishes that event. I think I want the achievement to pop up when you... Maybe when the player himself clicks on the flashlight the first time. I mean, it could be like this as well. We made it something where the achievement is, rather than having the description be equip and use the flashlight for the first time or whatever, it could just be equip the flashlight. I don't know, I kind of feel like I want the achievement to pop up the first time you click it, rather than when you pick it up. Do I? What's up, Matt Bird's Quest? How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, I think I want the achievement to trigger when you click on the flashlight, rather than when you pick it up. I think. You're doing good and nice to hear, man. Your art inspired me. Oh, did it? Oh yeah, I saw you guys were working on some, also like a 1-bit horror game, right? I was lurking a little bit. I assume that's what you're referring to? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay, so how would I change this? Well, the only way to... This subscribes to the event when the flashlight is toggled. So it would be to not trigger the event. We would want to not publish the event. Which means that I don't want to actually toggle the flashlight. What I would like to do... I mean, I would like to do all of this except for actually publishing the event. Kind of. When I suggested a 1-bit style, I had your game in mind, also time constraint. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing in terms of like work pipeline, in terms of making art and stuff. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Did it work out well for you? What was the time constraint? Was it a 24-hour thing? I think I heard. Which is, yeah, that's definitely a bit hectic, I can imagine. Damn, I don't know how I want to do this. I mean, there's another like cheeky way of doing it, where theoretically I could do some check here. where we just don't do this the first time you toggle it. Like, that's the easiest way. It's a little bit cheeky, but we could make a... public bool, or private bool rather. You know, everything I was tasked to get done, but I know Hypno spent yesterday's stream continuing. Oh, interesting. So, what was it for a game jam, or was it just some event you guys did? I was a little bit unsure about that. I wasn't following, like, everything, but I was lurking a bit, so I saw some about it, but... Was it for an actual jam? Private bool, flash, light, toggled. And then we just do a little cheeky here. Where we check if flashlight toggled. So we're gonna set this to false. If that is true, then do this. Meaning that the first time this event is published, this is going to be false. So it can't unlock the achievement. But then afterwards, you say flashlight toggled equals true. This is the way I could do it, to not have to change anything about how my flashlight works. Like I said, might be a little bit cheeky, but I think it should work. It was a charity celebration for Hypnotic hitting 1,000 followers. We raised $1,260 for able gamers. Holy shit, nice one, dude. Congratulations. That was definitely a GG. Wait, did I forget to reset clear all achievements? Yeah, good on you, man. Okay, so now I should not get the achievement by picking this up. But I should get it when I operate the flashlight for the first time. There we go. And we could have an achievement to pick up the inventory as well. But if those events happen to close to each other, then I feel like that might feel a little bit redundant, having to basically pick up achievements happen back to back. Maybe use a key for the first time. That could be an achievement. Yeah, feels nice. We got quite a bit of progress done. I would like to do more in terms of content. I think we might have to leave that for the next stream, because I do think I unfortunately have to end it here for today. Doing 24-hour streams is more fun with other people. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I've never done a 24-hour, to be honest. I've done 12 hours plus, but so far never a 24-hour stream. You should make an obscure achievement. Yeah, I definitely want to have some like hidden secret ones and stuff, you know. That stuff is always fun. I already have some that are planned, but they're not fully incorporated yet. Thanks for the stream, Chappy. No worries, man. Thank you for dropping by. Always nice to have you here, man. Let's see who we have live at the moment. I think I've done 10 to 15 now. Holy shit, man. Oh, we have gamedev live. He doesn't usually stream this late, does he? I'm actually not even sure if I have raided him before. Let's jump over to Clayman. There we go. Like always, thank you all so much for being here today. I really do appreciate having you guys here. And yeah, I will be back on Monday. We'll see. It is possible that I might start thinking about a new schedule for next week. We'll see. We'll see if I figure it out. But I do have some plans on maybe. I've been speaking about it, potentially changing my schedule a bit. If you want to make sure to stay up to date with the news and everything, make sure to join the Discord. I will most likely send a little announcement there if I decide on changing the schedule for next stream. But yeah, that's funny. I was lurking in while I slept, full circle. Yeah, indeed. But yeah, like always, thank you all so much for being here. I truly do appreciate it. Thanks for all the raids, all the follows, everything as per usual. I appreciate each and single one of you. And yeah, I will catch you guys on Monday. Until then, I hope all of you have a great rest of your weekend. Cheers.